few minutes, but listen, guys, pull hard, pull smart, let's pull together. All right?
Oh, he was very quiet in the room, so we'll have to turn our headphone down. All right, Dan, the Nightmare Schwartz in the house.
Yeah. Congratulations on Dan putting his first tournament together. He's been doing this, the 5th annual, but this is actually his first tournament. Did a great job last year bringing a couple guys from Puerto Rico, which he usually does, but now we are in, I would say, almost like a gym facility, almost like a turf soccer facility, I would say, which is a nice nice place to do this at. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a freaking sweet little venue for, like, I would love to practice here.
Yeah, something like this, I would say, yeah.
I would love to be here. Like, last night we came to drop the equipment off, and they were having, like, a rec soccer game in here.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, this is my vibe. I could be here hitting the gym. They got 2 different workout areas, like a private fitness room. It's a pretty sweet little venue. Like, I imagine this stays pretty booked up during the week for batting cage, soccer, or football, sorry.
See, right now, Caleb is actually warming up. Caleb Johnson's doing with his team from Iron Link Arms. Absolutely phenomenal guys over there. Matt Bush, Ethan Sherritt, Caleb Johnson. Great guys. Caleb's an absolutely phenomenal, I would have to say, honestly, for his age of 16 years old, phenomenal puller.
Yeah, that's another thing. I like to do the rules after the super match. Yeah, the super match guys should know the rules.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Of course, I got Sergio in my ear here, fucking from Beast Mode. I love this guy, man.
What's good, bro?
Great people from Beast Mode. Shout out to Beast Mode Arm Wrestling. You know, Sergio is absolutely.
I am so glad that they are a different. Oh, we started.
Do you have mics for the table?
Are we about to start? Yeah, I think we started.
Nah. I do, but nah.
He's just showing them the setup, I want to say. Yeah, he's just showing them how he's going to set up.
throw a lapel on there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but I'm saying, yeah, you have that, though? This? We're not going to use it now. Yeah.
We're talking the whole time, so it'll be all right. All right. Steve, do you know how we're scoring this? Is it counting pins, or are we doing the special scoring for the super matches?
Oh, no, this is going to be, I think it's out of 5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, best out of 5.
Yeah.
Left hand, right hand.
Have you seen the rule set for what they do? Like, you get extra points for flash pins and all of that?
So that I'm not completely clear on. I know there was a little bit of a rule set. I know what you're talking about now, yeah.
Yeah, I hope that we're not doing that here.
Yeah, no.
Hey. Room's filling up. People are coming in. Yeah. I'm glad that Beast Mode is a different Beast Mode than the Tennessee group. Because I was at that event whenever all the payouts went out and all that, and I don't think they've paid anyone back.
Yeah.
They said they were going to.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so hearing that they were involved with another event, I was a little pissed. Like, guys, you said you were going to square one away before you did another one.
Right.
I'm like, oh, no, there's more beast modes. Like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So Ian is just going over the rules right now. We are not in the super match. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He's just getting ready.
Showing them the setup, how everything's just going to go when they're all strapped in and everything. So.
Yeah, because I just noticed, like, we don't have a down ref either, so.
No. From what I know, though, once these guys slip and they go into the straps, this stays in the straps.
I do like that rule.
Yeah, me too.
If they ever agree to a strap, it's strapped the rest of the time.
Yeah. I like that, too. Yep. I'm a strap puller. I like pulling the strap, so I have no problem going straight to the strap. But yeah, this is.
I like to. Endurance is my thing. Like I don't get tired on the left arm, so I always try to wear people out and say no strap, but you got to earn it.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Sergio. I'm talking to the audience, everybody that's on here. To everybody that's out here in the live stream.
Oh yeah, we're not going to the room. Yeah, we're just inside. Now we're going to the room too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the internet. Yeah, we've been talking for a while.
Right now
Yeah.
We're in the Matrix, bro. In the fucking. I just logged off. I just logged off.
I want to thank everyone for coming out today.
Right? All right, we're live.
Looks like we're getting close to kicking off here. Want to thank everyone for coming out.
Nice.
Coming up first, we're going to have Kevin and Shiyu, both hands.
I don't think they're going to be pulling back to back, right?
You guys pay yet? Pay?
I got a schedule of the matches, and it said their name, both hands, so.
Jeez. I'd at least give him some time, no? Hey, Dan. Dan.
You know what, bro?
Yeah, I like when they do something called the flash pin, I think, named it the gauntlet, where you do left and then right and then left and then right, and you go back and forth.
Both arms, Shiyu, Nelson on left and then right after?
Yeah, left and right. So they're going to start off with their right, and they're going to go to the left.
No break.
No break.
All
I
right.
already asked them. They said
They wanted to pull right after?
They don't.
All right.
They wanted to do it like that.
They're both beasts, so they could, if anybody can handle it. Yeah.
So.
All right. Jeez, damn. All right. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's
No
wild.
breaks. Straight. But yeah, I agree with that. That sounds actually awesome. Like you said, the gauntlet going left, right?
Yeah,
left,
first
right.
to 7, right? Like then you flip
Yeah.
a coin to see if you start on the left hand or the right hand,
Oh, okay.
because sometimes that matters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you guys might be close on the right hand, but really far off on the left.
Right.
So starting left is like a guaranteed win type thing.
Yep.
Let's check the chat here, make sure it's working. Tim Lewis still has 1 win on Kyle right-handed. Yeah, that was funny. People commenting on the picture looking good. Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, the setup looking good. I see you have a great setup here. Everything's looking great. Real professional looking. Yeah, filming looks really good. Really close up.
Yeah, and that main angle we're on right now, it'll zoom in to the cuticle on their knuckle.
Automatically?
No, we got Mateus here from
okay.
Mac. He's going to be operating the camera for us. Appreciate him stepping up and helping us
Nice.
out.
Are we doing a walkout with you? Or?
We didn't plan it.
Okay. So who's calling them to see? You.
Yeah, you call him up. We're gonna get Dan on the mic here and give him a little exposure.
That I've never seen in person.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, much shorter in person.
All right, we're gonna get started, guys. Our first match is gonna be a little bit of a change-up. We're gonna do the main event. We're gonna kick off the 2025 Summer Kickoff. As the main event is starting now with Kevin Nelson versus Shiyu Lin. They're gonna go off right-handed and then go right to the left-hand match.
That's wild. Wild. These guys are nuts going left and then right. But hey, that's what we do.
All right. Here we go. Jason Constantini is going to be the down ref. Ian Carnegie is going to be the up ref. So this is going to be great here. Dan Citrellis, a little filming right here on the back, too, as well, making sure we're getting all the film. Oh.
Ooh, early start.
Yeah. Jason jumped it. I don't know. I think she's going to be able to hold him and crank him right back.
Top roll straight outside.
Wow.
She takes the win.
She takes the win. I told you, man. He's very impressive, man. He really is. I don't see anything else happening here. I see she really doing what he does best. I think he's just going to open his hand again. Open top roll. Right over the top. And, yeah.
Checking out the replay here. Oh, I cut it off too soon. All right. Good to know. Yeah, fix that. That's why we test things. All right. She's up 1-0. See if Kevin can make an adjustment. He looks like he's going a lot higher now.
Mm-hmm.
but Ian dumped his wrist. So that's another thing in the set grip and the referee's grip. You are able to set the angle that you want, but you just can't modify it. So as long as he closes his hand, he should be allowed to start that high up.
Well, honestly, in the MAC rules, it says if they want, they can almost start in a little bit of a curve, a little bit of a, so it gives you a little bit of a play if you want,
Yeah, the way they write the rule is my favorite.
Yeah.
He sets a I don't know, like a
set grip.
A specification. I don't know, like how far you're allowed to turn your hand. Like it says 11 o'clock or whatever, and then fair. The word fair of if you're both doing it, it's okay. That's my favorite. Hey, if your shoulders are squared to each other, fine. You don't have to be squared to the table if you're both cocked the same. Like, I love that mentality.
I think they should put Jason's shoulder in a little bit. Square them off a little bit.
And see, so that's another thing
Kevin.
here on the side angle. You can see that they're equal, right? Like, she was carved in with that shoulder down, so Kevin's just matching him.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
One foul, one warning on Kevin Nelson.
Not familiar if the down ref is in the correct position for Mac.
Ooh, wow. She was an absolute monster.
A freak in the strap. Holy cow.
I don't think Kevin's going to be able to deal with him. We'll see what he's going to be able to do, see if he can change something up. See if he's going to be able to get back in here. And, this is best out of 5. He only has one more chance, really, to do something up against Shiu. So we'll see if he's got something else in the bag.
Yeah, Kevin's going right back up to the table, and Shiu's taking the break. So it's interesting to see if he's tired. Are we gassing out? Is endurance going to play into it?
I don't think so. Last year at the strap tournament, Shiu did a 500 bench press and then went in and came out first, pulling Paul Cruz. So I think he's got the endurance, I don't see anything else different. I see a 3-0 coming out here. Shiu's going to bring this home, end it quick, and it'll be over in just a minute.
The dreaded referee's back during the strap. The things I have to fight. Is Kevin better left-handed? Is it going to even out, maybe?
To tell you the truth, I'm not 100% sure. I do know he's good at both arms, but I'm not sure what he's dominant with.
Yeah, hopefully it's his left, because you never want to have no lanes, both hands.
He's a good puller all around, left and right hand, but I do not know which is his dominant hand.
Yeah. And not to take away from Shiu, he's just
wow,
just too much in the strap. 3-0.
Too much.
Got to give it to Kevin Nelson for his effort on that one. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Now we're going to go ahead and switch it up to the left-hand side. Let's see how he does and fares left-handed. Shiu has come to make a statement. See if Kevin, the old warhorse that he is, can pull a win out. We're going to be getting started in the next match. Is going to be Devon Perkins after that one, and versus Michael Service.
All right, so Michael Service and Devon Perkins coming up next. Who do you got? Who do you got on that one?
I know both guys. Both guys pulled each other before. I've seen them pull. Davon's going to go inside, and I know with this high top post, high hook top roll, Mike is going to go outside. And it's going to be a little bit of a war. It's going to be very close. I like both guys. I like the way they pull. They're great guys in general, but maybe with that high post top roll, that high hook that Mike serves us, he might win this. But I'm thinking whoever pulls inside their lane first is really going to pull this one out, to tell you the truth.
All right. To the table, we got Kevin Nelson again versus Shi Lin. This time it's going to be the left arm. I know Kevin's left arm is something of legend, so let's see what he can do.
All right, there you go. Dan just said it. Left arm might be a little bit better. Maybe this evens out.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to.
Oh. He said she used just too much in the strap.
I think so. Give me once.
I love the Mac rules. They notice we switched to left-handed and no one has touched the table. It's ready to go.
They gotta have it.
I don't know if I let anybody know, but this is Steve Fernandez from New York Tri-State Arm Wrestling, so everybody knows exactly me here with Robert Killing. Absolutely phenomenal Red Lightning Studios here. Phenomenal camera crew. Great setup. I mean, top of the line stuff here. He's been doing stuff for East vs. West, King to the Table, you know, and so many different states all across the country. Virginia, I mean, everywhere, wherever you see him, or wherever you see good recordings, you'll see Robert Kelly there. So great stuff. But yeah,
I'm sad I'm not going to make it to the East vs. West in Chicago. I was already booked on that date.
Gotcha.
It's going to be the first one I miss. I'm sad. I'm going to miss LeVon and freaking Hermes.
Oh, wow, that's a winner. That's a winner. That's a winner.
Uh-oh.
Man, she with the left-hand top roll. It's just too much.
But I will say that looked better for Kevin.
It did.
It looked better.
A little bit better. I still don't see anything.
He's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to get this one.
Absolutely. We got Jason Costantini and Ian Carnegie coming up over here. Great guys from Canada. They're doing great things. It's MAC, Major Arm Wrestling Championships.
I love Mac. Their mentality about arm wrestling is really what I get behind with them. It should all boil down to arm wrestling. So let them figure out the arm wrestling. Let them arm wrestle it out. Don't foul for silly things. Don't drag the crowd for 20 minutes with no actual arm wrestling.
All right, we're going into round 2 here. See what happens. See if Nelson's got anything in the bag for him against Shiu. Shiu's just so dominant with that top roll. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, she definitely has a lane. That's looking good. Let's see if Kevin can make an adjustment.
Ooh, Kevin got the hit on that one. A little early hit. A little early start there.
Hey, that's... If you coming off of a loss and you don't at least give a foul before your next pin, are you really even trying?
I agree. 100%.
Like, I would rather foul out than get pinned 100% of the time.
To the straps. Kevin had a little bit there, but I don't know, you know, it's just you just took his hand. It went right over his hand. It's just too much.
Very interesting. Uh-oh.
All right, we got Ian Carnegie.
Let's hear it for Kevin.
And then we got Jason Constantine.
Come on, guys. Let's get it loud in the crowd. Let's hear it for Shiu.
I'm going to check that audio because it's so loud in our headphone.
Yeah.
We'll make sure it's coming through. It looks like the bars are good, so it looks like it should be fine.
Let's go Matthias here on the camera here, doing a great job from Mac.
Yeah, saving the day.
You guys can shit on the camera, guys.
We do, just not live.
Yeah. We do when we have to. We do when we have to.
So Kevin was a little light coming into this one. Yeah, that's a little hot.
All right, they're in the straps now. We'll see what we got here. Oh, she
Little
was
bobble,
even
but he got away with it.
much. She was just too much, even with the left.
2-0 straight up in the strap.
Let's go, Kevin. Fire it up.
Yeah, I think this is going to go 3-0 Shiu. I think he's just way too much for him, you know. Like I said, I've seen him pull a few different times. Even the guy from Puerto Rico, when he came up here, he was just way too much for him too, you know. And they didn't really know too much about Shiu because you don't see too much footage on him. But if you've seen him pull in person live, you know, he's pulled up against ridiculous pullers. I think Nelson right now is trying to figure out a way to see if he's got a lane or try to do something with Shiu, but I just think Shiu's just way too much for him today.
Yeah, when they're unknown, it's always tough. You know, matchmaking's hard when you don't have a lot of common pullers between the two. Like, in an ideal world, it would be, yeah, we both beat this person and we both lost to this person. We should arm wrestle to find out who's the middle person of that group, you know?
Right.
But when there's no... Yeah, absolutely. So... Dan's showing us the awards for the super matches. Absolutely freaking sweet.
Yeah, they're nice. They're cool. They're huge, to tell you the truth. They're nice and big. Summer Kickoff, Collaborate and Pull Together Production Supermatch Champion.
Yep, that's going to go on someone's wall.
Yeah, so if you see the back wall sticker there, that big Summer Kickoff, that's exactly what you're going to be getting, a big face of that from that production. Absolutely phenomenal Summer Kickoff super matches. No Elimination Tournament 2, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is a No Elimination Tournament 2 as well, not just super matches.
Yeah, the No Elimination, like... Everyone says there needs to be called a round robin, but this is not a round robin tournament. Yes, everyone's going to pull everyone, but the scoring in it is what makes it the unique no elimination table monkeys. I don't even know, extravaganza. It's like, because you get bonus points for winning aggressively.
Ooh.
Look at him, almost pulled out of the strap. Uh-oh.
What happened here?
Looks like Mac's strap came loose because he rolled right out of it. Oh, and they're also using the 1.5 inch strap. I just noticed that.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the new strap that they just got.
Yeah, they're looking at all kinds of new fun arm wrestling equipment and stuff. I know they got a box full of new shirts and all kinds of designs. Mac's doing a great job of getting their name out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got a bunch of their stuff. I'm wearing their hat right now. I got their shirts, their hoodies. I mean, they just got so much stuff going on. JJ Jackson, Ian Carnegie, and Matthias. They're just a great team.
Yeah, I heard some whispers about them coming down for a full-blown American Mac event. I think that'll be exciting. Can't wait to see that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. 100%. 100%. All right, here we go. Oh,
What's the call?
What's the call? The strap? Is something wrong with the strap again, or?
Interesting.
Let's see what's going on. Wow.
Straight to the pad.
Wow. 3-0 Shiu on both arms. He's an absolute beast. What a monster. Like I said before, like I was saying in the beginning, he's just too much to handle. What an absolute puller. I mean, nothing to take away from Nelson. He did a great job, too. I just think he needs to be a little bit more into the game a little bit more, pulls a couple more super matches. Here we got Shiu giving up all the awards and everything that he just won, left and right hand. Phenomenal job. Congratulations, Shiu.
Look at that. Look how big those awards are. That's just an absolute great thing there. All right, next up we're going to have Michael Service and Davon Perkins.
Oh, man. This is going to be an outside-inside pull. We'll see who gets there first, and that's who's going to win.
Is this the makeup match? Michael and Perkins. This must be the makeup match, a new match, right? Because I don't have a graphic for this.
It's been on there. It's been on there. The makeup match, I think, was Ray Romanowski and Conrad.
Shame on me. I missed a graphic. All right.
Yeah, everything's looking good here, though. We'll be on our way in soon enough.
All right, everyone. Next match, we're going to have Michael Service versus Davon Perkins to the table.
You can't go into the arm wrestling without your name called. That's like a rule.
That is a rule, 110%.
That's half the point of going is that you get your name, your name in front of the crowd.
Dave, let's go! Come on, Dave,
All right, let's make sure we're good.
All right, they're setting up here. I think this is probably going to end up going into the straps, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's what's kind of nice about the MAC rules is once you get to the strap, you stay there, so it should speed up the matches once they get going.
Oh, they definitely do. They're so much faster. Ooh, I just seen Mike take his hand real quick. It was a little bit of a false start, but man, did he take his hand. Hopefully that doesn't happen again like that, and Davon can get inside before anything. I mean, but that 5-post, that huge, gigantic, long fucking hand of the Michael Service, that's just ridiculous. It's hard to handle.
Yeah, and it's always a question of, did one person just want the strap? Did one person just bail out? Because then when the strap gets applied, and then it's like they even out, or one that looked like they had their hand taken becomes dominant. It's like, a little bit of fish in there of thinking you had the wrist, and then you strap up, and life changes.
Yeah. No, definitely. This looks good so far. We'll see what happens. They're in the straps now. You know, the straps does tell a different story. The strap does not tell any lies. That's what I love about this strap. We'll see what happens here. You're a completely different puller when it comes to the straps.
Yeah, I know for me, for instance, I don't have back pressure outside of the strap. So, like, I can't pull backwards. And if you've ever arm wrestled before, you know that's really kind of important.
Yeah.
To have some sort of way to go backwards.
Yeah, definitely I agree with that. 100%.
So when I get in no strap, it's hitting straight backwards, just wishing I had back pressure, but really it's hoping they didn't clamp down and flash pin me. A big Ian Carnegie down there, president, founder, inceptionist, whatever you want to call it, of MAC Arm Wrestling.
Yep.
Letting other people practice the rules and get some experience here, because this is MAC's first event in America, right? This is the first time that there have been official matches on the MAC table?
Here right now?
Yep.
No, they've been in
US?
Rochester.
Oh, they have?
Yeah, they've been in Rochester.
That was a practice, though, right?
JJ Jackson's from Rochester. Oh, man, look at this match right now. Ooh. It's right in the middle. Oh, look at that side pressure. Wow! Davon with the win. Comes back. He was in a losing position and gives all side pressure with giving his hand. What an absolute match. But we need, right now, we'll see if he's got enough gas to do that again.
From a millimeter of getting pinned comes all the way back. That just rotational side pressure from the losing position was insane from Davon Perkins.
I'm telling you, man, that's side pressure. That's why I keep on going with side pressure. I'm saying you can be in a losing position, have your hand, cracked all the way back and come back with some ridiculous side pressure and still win the match.
And that just shows you how much that strap really helps. Like,
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. You got the face of J.J. Jackson here right there. What an absolute phenomenal person. I mean, looking good, too, with the hat, black, gold, shirt, black, gold, with the gold pants, with the black. I mean, he's looking good, man. Look at Ian Carnegie, same thing. Black and gold, black and gold. Guys are looking good together. This place is looking good. This match is looking good. This table's looking good. Everything's looking great. You can even see right here, Sergio Lisboa. Shout out to Jesus Gonzalez. Sergio Lisboa from Beast Mode Brothers. And Pedro, my man. Zeph all the way over here, too. Shout out to all my brothers, man.
Yeah. The room is getting full. It's getting rowdy. Get behind your puller here.
Everybody thought that Michael Service had this. Everybody thought the high post, high hook, top roll was going to beat Dave Vaughn inside the hook, but the strap tells a different story, ladies and gentlemen. The strap does not tell any lies.
Yeah. From the way Michael got the hit, I absolutely would agree that he looked like he was the favorite walking into this. Just Dave Vaughn's got that dog at him to where he's not getting pinned.
No, I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. He did get that hit. Michael Service did get that hit, but Dave Vaughn came back strong like a dog. Ooh, wow.
He did not get the hit that time.
Wow. 1-1. 1-1. Wow.
Wake up, Mike!
Wow. What a hit. High top roll, high post. Wow, from Michael Service. 1-1.
It just shows you sometimes that hit doesn't go in the way that it needs to round one.
Yeah.
Made the adjustment and got the win.
I think it woke him up. I think Michael Service just woke up.
I know after me coming back after a big win and then getting flash pinned, I'm awake.
Oh, yeah. Completely different person.
Yeah, this is where the anger starts coming out of.
Yeah.
You shall not do that again.
Yep. From both guys. Now this is on. I think they're both going to the straps. They don't even want to cut. They don't want to deal with any kind of, they're straight into the straps.
Well, they went into the strap last time, so now it's the rest of the match is going to be in the strap. That's the glory of the MAC rules.
Yeah.
Because that's what I feel kills a tournament flow more than anything is 30 seconds messing around for a grip.
Yep.
You get to a referee's grip.
Yep.
And then you got another 30 seconds till they set the grip, and then everyone just shoots straight back.
Yep.
Like, why are we allowing this? So kudos to Mac for adjusting the rules.
Oh. Michael Service with the win. Michael Service with the win. 2-1 Michael Service.
Holy cow. We're in a match here. That's good.
We are in a match here. This is coming out different. I want to see Dave Vaughn be able to hit that. He was able to control that hit the first time. Is he able to do that again and actually come back and give him that side pressure that he needs to do? See if he can do the same thing that he did before the first time.
Like you knew what to do. Time to do it again.
Yep. See if he's able to contain that hit. He needs to be able to contain that hit. If he is, I think he's able to come back, crack his hand back, and be able to give him some side pressure like he did before, and actually be in this and be 2-2. What do you want me to do?
He's saying he can't hear us.
No, he's saying they don't hear us.
Oh. We can turn it up.
How do you turn it up? He's going to turn it up now.
All right, everyone, here we go.
Okay, can you hear us now? Can you hear us now? There you go.
The room audio was not quite loud enough. My apologies.
Awesome.
Now everyone can hear.
Hear us now? Can you hear us now?
How great Michael Service has come back after getting flashed from the millimeters from the pin pad in round one, coming back 2-1. You think he's got it?
Full service. Full service.
We're here to please. We're here for you guys.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Davon's got to win this to stay in at 2-1 Michael Service so far. Davon's got to be able to hit first, or he's got to be able to contain that hit.
Interesting. One's curling for the hook and one's curling for the top roll.
Oh, man. Michael Service, 3-1 Michael Service with the win. Great job, Mike. Great job.
What a great battle and comeback win there after round one. Michael Service, everyone, give him a round of applause.
Round of applause, guys. Round of applause for Michael Service. Phenomenal job. Look at the size of that award.
That might be the biggest award I've ever seen in arm wrestling. I mean, Dan really went all out here.
Yeah, what is that, 15 inches? What is that? Jesus.
If he would have posted a picture a little bit bigger,
inches?
Michael Todd would have been here.
My God. You get an 18-inch award here. Yeah, shout out to Sergio Lisboa and the Beast Mode crew, Jesus Gonzalez, Pedro. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
All right. Next up to the table, we got Ray versus Caleb Johnson going both arms.
Man, Ray Romanowski, an absolute beast, and Caleb Johnson is only 16 years old and doing this. He's an absolute phenomenon coming in here like this. I mean, he's got a great team backing him up. Iron Link Arms, Ethan Sherritt with Matt Bush, and the whole crew. I mean, Caleb Johnson, I mean, at this age right now is a phenomenon. That kid in about 2 years, I couldn't even imagine what he's going to be like.
I know they said he might be the only junior or kid here today. It's like, I'll jump in the brackets, I'll pull with the kid and let him, get the arm wrestle. And they looked at me like, don't do it. Don't do it. Like, he will murder me.
The last thing you want to do is to get into a grip with this kid, left or right arm, but he is dominant left-handed, 100%. He does pull better with his left hand, but either way, left or right hand, the kid is no joke. He's actually down a couple pounds. He usually walks around between 190 to about 200, sometimes even about 210. He's actually on 185 weighed in last night, so he's weighing light, but in great shape.
I'll go with, I'll save Caleb the trouble today and not pull him, for his sake, not for mine. All right, Caleb and Ray to the table. Where's our referees? Oh, Dan the Man.
Dan the
in the
Hat.
stripes. Here we go.
Dan the Hat right here. I think he's going to be down reffing this match right here. Caleb Johnson versus Ray Romanowski. Is it left or right hand first? Does anybody know which hand are we doing first?
Let's go left hand first, just because he put his right hand down. We want to go left hand, just to throw him off of this game. Right hand first? Okay,
Yeah,
we're doing right hand, and then left hand, back to back.
Sergio Lisboa, my God. Great vibes. Great guy.
We'll get him a headset, get him over here. All right, we're starting off round one, right-handed.
I think we're out of the straps. He does not want to be in the straps with Ray. I agree with Caleb to be out of the straps. Ray Romanowski has an absolute huge arm, and but we'll see.
If you haven't pulled at all, I don't know if you just want to jump into the strap round one. Maybe at least take a go and make that decision. Especially with someone with the experience of Ray.
So what does that mean? That means the order room is plugged in and that's pay for that? No, it's free. Okay.
All right, everyone. I've just been made aware that there is food available in the party room free of charge if you guys are hungry. It's right back here behind the competition stage. You'll see the streamers.
Sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to leave and go for some food. No, I'm just kidding.
And the room is now empty. The competitors have left to get food.
Everyone is cleared out in the room. I think it's only Caleb and Ray at the table.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know is arm wrestlers love them some free food.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. All right. right, we'll see what happens here. Dan, I would observe if you can get down, so the camera will be rolling on the. Ooh.
What do we call?
What do we call here? What was this call? There you go.
Yeah,
Yep. Good job, Dan. Dan to Dan, good job.
Dan's parents were not window makers, so we can't see through you. Sorry.
I agree with that. I don't even know what we were watching here. The back of Dan's head. That's what we were watching.
Okay, we just switched sides. What was the call there, big referee?
Yeah, what was the call there? Was it a pin?
Ian gets a point for some reason. Ian Carnegie. We got a pin? Pin for Ray, pin for Caleb. What do we got? What was the call? 1-0.
Right, 1-0 Ray.
1-0 Ray. The veteran pulls ahead.
But I did see Caleb get the hit on him, so he's not stranded yet. He still has something left in his pocket. We'll see what he can do, but Ray is an absolute monster with his right, so we'll see what he can do. This wasn't an easy win from what I see, so we'll see what Caleb's got in the tank.
All right, and we did not get to a strap, so they start back. Oh, big vicious hit from Caleb, but just not enough power.
What was that?
That was a catch from Ray and a pin.
Was that? Wow.
Yeah, Caleb, big hit, got all the way out.
That was really quick. How was that not a... Okay, maybe I'm blind here.
Yeah, I think we're going to switch it. I think Caleb's
see that
pushing.
replay?
No, we didn't have time. They're already back in the next match.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Caleb is anxious to get into the left hand.
I think that's what it is.
He got his hit. Everything went his way, and just he wasn't able to get through Ray's arm. So maybe he's trying to get to that left arm match. Just too much right hand. Ray takes the win.
Right is way too much.
Everyone give him a round of applause. Winning 3-0 against Caleb there.
Yep. Now I think Caleb is ready, and he is all in. He is stronger with his left, a lot stronger with his left, but we'll see what happens here.
I know for a fact, Caleb, it's time to fire up.
All right.
Going to give them just 30 seconds here, and then we're going to kick right off into the left-hand match. The joys of pulling two matches. You get to go back-to-back.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens here with Caleb and Ray Romanowski. He is a completely different puller left-handed, so we'll see what happens here. It's not going to be as easy as you think.
As a left-handed specialist, I understand. I get it. Right hands, that's just for holding the peg, regardless of what the entire world says. All right, Caleb looks a little more focused, a little more...
You can tell he's a lot, it's a different puller left-handed.
Yeah, a little bit more drive going here. Let's see. Ray's definitely able to get a better start, but we're into the strap here.
All right, Caleb's amped up, man. Let me tell you something. He's no joke. He is no joke.
You absolutely should get fired up. That was a good hit. We're into the strap. Uh-oh.
What's going on? What's the call? I thought that was a slip into the strap. Oh, you're not allowed to go back into... You go straight to the straps? Okay, all right.
Yep, they're in the strap for the rest of the match. Got Caleb and Ray right here. Ray was able to win 3-0 on the right hand.
Oh,
Caleb
yeah.
trying to come back on the left.
He got the hit on him for two hits, but it wasn't too much. It was just way too much. Ray's hand, and he's just too much on the right.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Caleb's got the speed, just not quite the arm power to bring him down. We'll see if in the strap left-handed he can make an adjustment.
I think this is going to be a different story. He might be able to change things up a little bit here, but Ray is still very powerful in both arms, so we'll see what happens.
No, Ray's got him in the strap too. Caleb's putting in work.
Ooh. All
right, Ray pulls ahead 1-0 on the left hand.
Yeah, yeah, Ray's just one hell of a puller, left and right-handed. Caleb might be able to come back and do something. We still have to see what he can do.
I'll get you. Yeah. We need to get Dan the results of the matches. I think I can remember most of them.
Yeah, maybe.
If not, we have this lovely thing called a recording. We can just watch it back.
This is very true. This is very true. We'll see what happens here. They're back at the table, and I would see if they can maybe stay out of the straps with Ray.
Can't. Yeah, it's Mac rules. Once they hit that strap, it's strapped till they're done.
That's it. We have nothing else left.
Yep. We got Zeph and Andrew on deck coming up next.
Awesome. Zeph is a great puller.
And then Big Bad Ray here is taking on another match with Conrad at the end.
Oh, yeah, Conrad and Ray. That's going to be a really good match. Ray's weighing it, I think, at about 198. Conrad's probably around 176. So they are a little bit, weight difference there. Same thing vice versa with Caleb. Caleb's about 185. I know Ray's about 198, but...
That's the joy of the super match. You get to get some of those off-weight class matches that you may not normally see in a tournament.
We'll see what happens here. They're in the straps.
I like Caleb's setup. He's looking good there in the strap. Definitely took his hand, knocked him over.
Keep it.
Keep fighting. Look at that. Come on, guys.
Oh, man.
Caleb's in this.
Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Wear him out.
Yeah.
Caleb, get him.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, this is a match.
All right,
All right, calm down, Sergio. Calm down. Calm down. All right? Go over there and go grab a Sprite, okay? The referee's got it. He ain't calling to be foul on Caleb Johnson. Go get a Sprite. Go get a Sprite, Sergio, okay?
That's how we get this to pay-per-view.
There you go. Sergio's not wrong.
I love the intensity, though. Sergio is not wrong. I love the intensity. I love the, always screaming out. Warning on Ray Romanowski. So we got a foul on Caleb. Warning on Ray. We'll see what happens here. I think Caleb might have found a lane here.
Let's see if we can get that same setup. With just a hair of carb on the pinky and the height on the thumb knuckle. Yeah, he's going to get it.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out their web. Yeah, Caleb is really good for his age, man. He tries to figure out really, really quick, man. He's even telling him about his webbing, just so that's a little bit higher.
Yeah, Ray had made 0 complaints when he was winning 3-0.
Yep.
Once it stopped, he's got something to say now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man! What a hit from Caleb.
Can he stay on the pad?
He's staying in there. He's staying in there. Oh, man. Oh, Ray's trying to get... Oh, they're both... Guys, give these guys a round of applause, man. Give them everything. Oh, Ray got inside, and that's it. Wow. Damn. I knew that inside game of Ray is just too much,
but
man.
It took everything he had to get it inside.
As soon as I know, he did. He really, really did. What a match so far, man. This is a 2-0 so far match, right?
2-0, yeah.
You cannot count out Caleb Johnson. I'm telling you guys, he is a phenomenon at 16 years old. Taking on someone like Ray Romanowski at 198 pounds is an absolute beast.
Yeah. But the way this match is going right now, Caleb definitely has the opportunity to come back 3-2. He's got the breaks and the pronation to get through it. Just can he shut down Ray's arm?
He does. It almost like when he went to put that shoulder behind it, give him a press, So I think he still has something left to be able to pull it off. I'm not counting him out yet, but Ray Romanowski is so strong inside. There was almost able to curl him inside, put him in that hook, and able to drag him down.
That's right. Caleb getting cornered here, smelling salts, hitting him hard. Ooh. No, young man, that you got to put it all on the table.
Yep.
This is it. 2-0, Ray.
You can
over
never
Caleb.
count Caleb Johnson out. That's the only thing that I know. He had his last match up against, I think it was with Cam Dennett, like a Battle of the Tri-State 2, and he actually pulled off that win. What a phenomenal win, but a shout out to Cam Dennett for doing a great job too that day. Really great guys, but Caleb did pull that left-handed win, and I can never count him out. But Ray Romanowski, he might be too strong for him. We'll see what happens.
Is he legit only 16?
Yeah, going 16 years old.
Some spectators questioning his age due to his skill here. He's like, no, he's sandbagging. I saw him at the bar last night. What are we talking about?
Is he really 16 years old? Yes, he is really 16 years of age. He's an absolute phenomenon. I mean, coming out of Iron Link Arms from Vermont, traveling with Ethan Sherritt and Matt Bush, doing phenomenal things over there with those guys, training their asses off, you can tell, doing a great job.
Well, I can say this, after watching him pull 5 rounds, I don't want to pull him. Ray, you finish it off, buddy.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more.
You got a pin on a legend, you know?
Left-handed, but we got a left-handed specialist here. I'm scared. But then again, I don't care about losing to anyone. I'll lose to girls. Let's go.
All right.
That was interesting. Did you hear that?
Yeah, Bluetooth connected.
What are we connected to?
I don't know.
I don't even know what made that noise.
All right, so we're getting disconnected.
Someone's connecting to my stuff. Don't connect to whatever you just connected to on Bluetooth. We heard that.
Yeah,
I'm watching
stay
you guys.
disconnected.
It's probably Dan. Where's Dan at? I'm watching him. That's kind of cool that we heard it, though.
All right, we're back in the match here. Back in the straps. Let's see what happens.
I think that's
here.
the first time I've ever seen a referee apply chalk in the strap.
Yeah.
Canadians are different, you know. Mac, we got full service refereeing here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You need your arm rub, chalk, whatever. Ian's got you.
This is going to be. Oh man, what a hit from Caleb Johnson!
Ray looking better off to go on that
here.
one.
Oh man,
his wrist is back.
Oh,
All right, so Caleb's coming off the front of the pad, trying to come up.
3 fouls. Okay, so that's the second foul. They have 3 fouls on Caleb Johnson.
The fouls carried through the rounds?
I didn't know that, to tell you the truth.
Interesting.
I thought you had
3 fouls and you just lose?
Well, I
Regardless?
guess so. Yeah, I thought each round you started all
that's
over
the way
then.
it should be.
Yeah.
Keep it!
Oh, man, Caleb gets the hit every time.
Caleb, keep it!
Oh man, they're right
So Ray's
there.
on the elbow warning, I believe is what I
Here
heard him
comes
say.
Ray.
Caleb's holding strong with pronation.
Damn.
Ray gets the finish.
Ray with the win. What an absolute beast, though. Caleb Johnson. Guys, give him a round of applause, man. 16 years old, coming all the way from Vermont. What an absolute beast. And congratulations, Ray, with the win. Pulling both left and right hand.
Ray, come get your award over here, buddy.
Yeah, Ray. Come get your award, Ray. Guys, give the congratulations. Hand of applause, round of applause for Ray Romanowski. Great job, Ray.
Won both arms, 3-0 over Caleb Johnson, the prodigy, coming up.
Oh, yeah. Great job.
Good
Shows
job,
how much power he really has, man. Winning, left and right arm. So dominant.
Outstanding. All right, next up we're going to have Zeph versus Andrew. Come to the table. Zeph versus Andrew.
Man, Zeph is an absolute beast, but Andrew Thomas is a monster. Somebody's connecting to our Bluetooth.
And they're playing random shit.
I know. That's hilarious.
To be honest, I didn't know I had Bluetooth.
I know, right? Bluetooth connected.
Yes.
All right, good. Good stuff.
All right, there, I think I turned it off.
All right, good.
Whoever did that is my hero, though, by the way.
Yeah.
They connected and then they played something.
Bluetooth disconnected. We got a nice crowd here going, guys. And we got Zeph coming up, and he's pulling up against Andrew. Where is Andrew? Andrew to the table versus Zeph.
Zeph and Andrew. Joke's on them, I learned how to turn Bluetooth off.
Nice. Bluetooth disconnected. Let me get some. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let me get some, bro. Where's Andrew Thomas to the table, please, and Zeph?
Zeph and Andrew Thomas.
What's going on?
They are.
There he is, Andrew Giacchio. Andrew's looking like an absolute tank walking in right now. Zeph is, no joke, ready for him on the table. We'll see how this goes. I'm looking at Ray right now over here on the side. Congratulations to Ray, man. What an absolute phenomenal pulling, man, against Caleb Johnson, left and right hand.
All right, it looks like Ian's seeing if they want to pull with the itty bitty baby strap or the new standard.
The big boy strap?
That's like 10 inches wide or something.
It covers your whole arm. All right. Andrew's listening to the rules, see exactly how he's got to pull. He is letting them know after you're in the straps, you're going to be permanently in the straps for the rest of your life. And that's about it.
Yeah. The big rule is just say go.
Yeah.
Just say go. Let's get the win. All right. So, Ian, you are welcome to start this match anytime you would like.
He's going over the rules right now, talking to the guys, making sure they know exactly what's going to go on before, I guess, the show goes on, pointing out the shoulders and everything else. So,
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, are the rules really that important? Like, they'll let you know if you're doing something wrong.
This is true. This is true.
Yep. But Ian is a self-proclaimed terrible referee, and so I'm happy to see him stop the match, and he's called 3 fouls today, so hats off to Ian Carnegie.
Nice. Yeah, he's a good ref. I think he's a good ref. He cuts himself short, but he's a good ref. Great guy.
Yeah.
Phenomenal promoter.
Ian suffers from what I call being an arm wrestling fan, so he'll start enjoying the arm wrestling match versus watching the rules. That's why I hate refereeing, because I take advantage of having the best seat in the house and just watch the match. I look at them when they're done. Who won? I wasn't listening. I see people filtering into the party room back here, getting their food. Make sure to stop off at the front and the grill man, drop him a tip and say thanks for the food. He's working hard to feed everyone here today.
Hey, Serge.
I see people in the room doing a little celebration dance about the offerings in there. Thank you, Dan, for making sure that the room is well fed here today. All right.
So
we know the rules. We've got the rules.
We're not starting the match yet.
Did he stop to go get food?
I don't know. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I was like, did he forget about me?
Nope. He was just very respectable in putting the wet thing on the ground versus on the computer. I'm not used to that.
All right.
We are gripped up into the set grip. Ian's got him centered.
Ooh, Andrew Giacchio.
So what is the call there? Winner.
Win.
Andrew takes the win.
Yeah.
Okay, fun stuff. Here we go. Now, I know, because the tournaments I run the set grip, and if you are not familiar with the set grip, it'll feel like you cannot engage. So, I say add it to your practice regimen to where every time you grip up, go ahead and just practice, close your thumbs, close your hands. Because there's a lot that happens, a lot that gets taken away whenever they're smarter than you in a set grip. All right, we're going into round 2 here. Andrew up 1-0. Let's see if Zeph can make the adjustment, come back and get a win.
Train?
Train, yeah, that was close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right, guys, time has expired. Let's get going to the next match. Can Zeph make the adjustment?
All right, Dan. We got Dan Citrella up here being a down ref. Step up to the table.
Down ref, checking Twitter, whatever.
Yeah, same shit.
Yeah, he's ready. You can't say anything bad about being Dan in that hat. Locked up in the middle.
Come on, Zap.
I think Andrew's just holding him, just stonewalling him.
Transition the shoulder over for the press. Andrew takes the win, 2-0.
Andrew for the win, 2-0 so far. Andrew. What a beast.
He was able to secure his position.
That was
2-0. We got one more round, guys. One more.
That was 2-0.
Yeah. Is it best of 3?
Best of 3, no?
Best
of 5?
Okay.
3 pins? Oh, okay. Shit, I didn't even see it. I only saw 2.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like Andrew is your winner. Dan, let's get that award out to him. Dan the Nightmare. Can you bring one of those 42-inch wide medals, awards?
74-inch.
It's going to grow every time I say it. 86-inch awards here today.
He's not going to find the medal because already.
The 128-inch awards you guys had.
Yeah, they're
fitted through the door, or?
Yeah, it's actually in 2 pieces. Half of it's still in the parking lot.
Where's Andrew?
Andrew ran away.
Andrew ran away with.
There he comes back
his
up.
Award.
Look at that giant award.
That's a huge award. Summer Kickoff Supermatch Champion, Andrew Giacchio.
Very good. All right.
Great job, Andrew. Great job.
We're going to finish up the super matches with Ray and Conrad. Let's get Ray and Conrad back up to the table.
All right, Ray, you're back up to the table, man. Let's see if we can pull this off.
Boy's still sweating, yo.
Nope, I'm just talking here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, but I'm not talking to you.
Look, he's still sweating, man.
Of course he's sweating. He just pulled twice. He just pulled left and right. Now he's got to pull again.
Yep.
Right-handed.
Good for Ray, putting the endurance on the line. Do we got Conrad?
This is going to be a little bit of a match here with Ray and Conrad. Conrad is not...
Where is Conrad?
I don't know. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
there he is.
comes.
He's a solid piece of specimen over there. Conrad, about 176 to 180 pounds. Seen him pull a couple different times. He's beat Brian Malik before. He's actually beat Daniel Schwartz before. The gentleman that's putting all this together.
Who doesn't really have a win on Dan Schwartz? I mean,
believe it or not, he's actually pretty good. He's got a pretty good hand.
I can't move him off center two hands.
No, he's a really good puller. Left and right hand. Right hand is a little bit better right hand puller, but Conrad, man, he just went up against Beast. He's been beating everybody. I mean, let's see what happens. I know Ray Romanowski is one hell of a puller at 190
Referees
pounds.
to the table.
I could just say this much. No.
There you are.
You're saying that I don't smoke, man. Come on. That's disrespectful.
All
Me either. Ian Carter Carnegie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, coming all the way from Canada, puts an absolutely phenomenal show on every single time. Give a shout out to Ian Carnegie. Great job, great guy. I'm saying he's doing great things for the sport.
That guy tries hard.
Tries hard, that's about it.
we describe him as he does his best.
All right, guys, Conrad, get up to the table, please. You're pulling up against Ray Romanowski. Let's get this show on the road.
Conrad.
What is this?
Whoa, this is a hate crime. Mac on Mac hate.
What's going on here? I think he's testing his hook. JJ's got a disgusting hook. It's so hard.
It's a staged match.
It really is. I think it's just, oh man, Ian just holding on. Oh, I think Ian just came back.
Cheater.
Great guys, man. Great guys. JJ Jackson from Rochester.
All right, here we go, guys.
From Canada, from Mac.
Ray and Conrad to the table. Let's go, guys.
All right, guys.
I mean, that was a cool win on JJ there, but Ian can't even pin Shaq. So, is it really masterful?
Get him to the table.
Yep. Let's go, guys.
I'm right here.
If they need longer, it sounds like they're scared.
We'll see if Ray is ready. He just pulled right and left-handed, so.
I mean, we should probably give him a couple more matches before jumping back with Conrad here.
Oh, no.
Give him 2 more matches and I'll jump in.
There we go. 4 more and I'm in on it.
6 more, then I'll just jump in.
Ray, you're pulling all day, so we're going to set up a table just for
we
everyone
want
to
to see how
Supermatch
long
Ray.
you can really go, Ray. All right, they're in the setup. See what happens. Ooh.
Conrad took him in the hook.
Wow. Like I said, that 176-pound monster Conrad is an absolute beast. He got the hit on him. We'll see if Ray can wake up here and actually sustain that hit.
Something about he can't close his hands still. I don't know if that matters. Do you need your hand in arm wrestling?
No.
It's arm wrestling, right?
It's arm wrestling.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
not
thought.
hand wrestling.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, he wants his foot to wake up. I think it's dead.
That's where you keep your pronation, down on the foot.
He's trying to put some blood back into his foot. If it's a little dead. So Ray's Oh, okay.
Oh, he had a little spasm there.
Cramp there, a little crampish.
Speaking of leg spasms, did you see that Ron Bath
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
tore his quad in the middle of an arm wrestling match? That is insane.
I just got my fantastic smelling salts for the tournament from Dan Schwartz.
You should just open those and just keep it on your nose, right?
I'm probably going to do that right now just to get a little hit right now.
Yeah, just for fun, you know. Why not?
Oh, man. That smells good.
That's legit.
That
It's
is
all there.
legit. That is so legit. Oh, man, that's legit.
I don't need to get it from you because I got a wall from here. Oh, cow. Shout out to Skull Smelling Salts. Those are great.
They are good. Ooh,
Oh, Caleb let him get the hit.
man.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if we're in a hook war right now.
Did he give him a little too much rope?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Ray's still in it. Oh, no, he's not.
Pin from...
Hey, from my camera angle, it looked good. I think Ian just trying to...
And then it was in a losing position.
Okay.
It's actually a foul because it's 2 running warnings.
Gotcha.
In the losing position.
Gotcha. 2 running fouls, and then there was a warning, and a losing position is a win.
I heard a lot of words. I just heard Ian say, I don't want him to arm wrestle. I want to foul him out.
Yeah.
So here at Mac, we're about fouling people out, not letting them arm wrestle.
Automatically.
Waiting for all the Mac team to go, no, that's not what we're here for.
It's not what we do here.
It's actually the opposite.
We want them to arm wrestle. All right. We'll see if Conrad can take everything away from Ray. Now I'm thinking, did Ray really get a little bit taken away him? Is he not?
The big question. Here we go.
Oh, he wants the strap. Ray Romanowski wants the strap, and Conrad does not want the strap.
He said, no, everything's working pretty good right now.
Yep, and why change what's not broken, right?
I think Ray pulled out the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
You must be scared.
Yeah.
No one wants to be scared not in the strap.
Yep. I tell you, the strap doesn't tell me that. We're in the strap now, though. He agreed with the strap. We'll see what happens here. The problem is that once you have the strap, you can't get out of the strap.
Correct, yeah, so if it doesn't go his way, he's in trouble.
If it doesn't go his way, he is in trouble. I think Ray just might have won that match with a convincing, do you want to go in the strap?
That's right. Caleb couldn't pin him in the hook last round. Ray ended up fouling out, so the strap might be what Ray needs to switch this around.
Ooh. The strap is a different story right now. Oh, wow. I see something on Ray. Yeah, they're in a hope war right now. We'll see what they can do.
Inside.
Conrad is just holding him. Oh, man. I think he felt a little something there. Guys, give these guys a round of applause, putting everything on the table. What an absolute war. Ray Romanowski with the win. Woo! Are we 1-on-1 on that or 2-on-1?
2-1.
2-1 Conrad. I think Ray found a lane. Now they're in the straps. They stay in the straps. I think Ray's got a lane.
All I hear is regret.
2-1 Conrad.
Should have said no to the strap.
Yep, I agree with that. When
Ray's
you got
in
a
it.
big arm like Ray, do not want to go to the strap. Not that Conrad is not a shredded beast, because he absolutely is, but at 198 pounds of Ray, that's an absolute monster.
Juice, soda, iced tea. Anything flavored but water.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I got seltzer. Apple juice.
Thank you. Bubbly water.
Fizzy bubbly?
Fizzy bubbly water. Yep. Could you give me something but not water? Yes, I can give you water with gas in it.
Yes.
Oh, man, that's too funny. At least I had you right next to him when he said it.
Yeah. Like he knows. He knows what he said.
Yes, he did. That's it. He goes, apple juice? Yes. Oh, shit. I was catching it. I was jumping for it.
With all this equipment, fuck that.
Yeah, I was still jumping, just in case if you would.
See, I value my life. I think Robert Kelly knows ways of drives and like all.
I would get you back.
Yeah.
I know places.
Here, real quick. Let's go! Back to the table!
Ian Carnegie taking charge.
Oh, yeah. 2-1 Conrad so far. 2-1 Conrad so far, yep. Ian Carnegie being the head ref. We got J.J. Jackson with the down ref. Absolutely phenomenal guys coming out from Rochester and Canada from major arm wrestling championships. Whoa, what happened? No strap here? Why didn't we go in the straps?
All right, hold on. We're gonna challenge this. Mac rules. Once you get into the strap, it stays in the strap.
Yeah, what happened to the once in the strap and stay in the strap?
There was never a slip. Ray talked him into trying one round with a strap, so it didn't technically ever slip.
Oh.
It was just they agreed for the third round between them. He was just trying the strap.
Gotcha.
So we're getting word in now that they did a modified rule set. Said let's try in the strap. Caleb said I'm way too scared to go back into the strap. Get me out of here, and takes the win.
So could Conrad win that?
So the slip, after the slip, no matter what, when you slip, you stay in the strap.
Okay. Gotcha. So the official rule is once you slip, you stay in the strap. But since they elected to try the strap, it was not a mandatory stay in it. All right, that makes sense. Give a big round of applause here for Caleb today. Just dominant performance.
Conrad did an absolutely great job. I mean, I did not expect that, but I am not surprised.
So,
all right, guys, we are going to take a brief. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because nobody else can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, they can't hear
Anywho,
me here.
oh, there we go.
There you go.
All right, guys, listen, thank you so much for the super matches. We're going to get started in the tournament in a little bit. We're going to take a little bit of commercials for those who are viewing at home. Big shout out to all the competitors. Bigger shout out to Ray Romanowski for stepping up to the plate. Things happen, life happens. Sometimes you got to pivot, and it's good to have a team and a crew of people like you guys to help you out with that. So stay tuned for the No Elimination Tournament. We're going to have pros and amateurs competing simultaneously. And yeah, let's have more fun.
Guys, great, guys. We'll see you in how long, you think? About 15 or 20 minutes or so, guys. 15 or 20 minutes or so. We'll be back here, guys. We'll see you soon.
Yo, Steve!
Yo, what you think I'm doing, yo?
He's not gonna go.
No?
We got 50-50 rap.
No glitch. Red lightning hit the switch. Fast hands, high stakes. Let's go. Yeah. Click play. Now you locked in live. Red lightning got the stream that thrives. Top tier. This ain't no test. No one touch us. We the best of the best. Speed like thunder. Strength in the grip. Passion in the veins. Watch the warriors rip. Every pull, every pin full intensity. Stream so clean. Feels like you in the scene. 20 day. We run that zone. Replay sharp like a blade to bone. Cams on point. Every angle exact. Slow mo cracking like a whip when they react. Red lightning. Best in the game. No one close. No one the same. Graphics lit. Replays wild. Streaming kings. Top of the pile. Every speed, passion, power, reign. Storm at the table, breaking chains. No freeze, no frame delay. Red light and rule every match, every day.
HD fire, visuals tight. We the reason fans stay up all night. From Europe to States, they tapping in. For the rush, the war, the snap, the win.
Commentary crisp, storylines burn. Stats pop off when the brackets turn. Ain't just coverage, we build the lore. One arm at a time, one battle more. No bootleg feeds, no broken scenes. We prime time. Living the dream, speed unmatched like a flash in a frame. Strength that shatters, remember the name. Red lighting, best in the game. No one close, no one the same. Graphics lit, replays wild. Streaming kings, top of the pile. Every speed, passion, power, reign. Storm at the table, breaking chains. No freeze, no frame delay. Red lighting rule every match, every day.
You feel that shake when the match ignites. Red lightning caught it in cinematic light. Every hit, every lift, every slip, every slam. Live in your veins like adrenaline jam.
Then we hit you with the replay, boom. Zoom on the torque, tension in the room. It ain't just a sport, it's raw war. And we the ones bringing it to your door. Red lightning, best in the game. No one close, no one the same. Graphics lit, replays wild. Streaming kings, top of the pile. Gas speed, passion, power, reign. Storm at the table, breaking chains. No freeze, no frame delay. Red lightning reigns every match.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events. Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docu-series.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes looking for top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events: Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docu-series.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes looking for top roll. Wow, we are in a war here.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events. Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docuseries.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Power. Close your hands. Go! Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes opting for a top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events. Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docuseries.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Power. Close your hands. Go! Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes opting for a top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events. Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docuseries.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Power. Close your hands. Go! Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes opting for a top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events: Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue buildouts, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docu-series.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Power. Push your hands. Go! Let's go! Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes looking for top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events: Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docu-series.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes looking for top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw, explosive power of the sport you already love.
But this time, it's bigger than just two arms on the table. It's Toronto versus Montreal, Long Island versus Detroit, Calgary versus Vancouver, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay.
We've created a structured season-based league with a scoring system that's easy to follow, high stakes, and built for fans. You'll watch your city's team go head-to-head across 4 weight classes in a format that's made for streaming, made for gambling, and made to last.
And now, we're launching on Kickstarter to bring this vision to life. With your help, we'll be hosting 4 massive events. Toronto versus Montreal in October of 2025, Calgary versus Vancouver in January of 2026, Long Island versus Detroit in April of 2026, and Las Vegas versus Tampa Bay in August of 2026.
These matches are more than just battles. They're proof of concept, building momentum towards our full 14-week season kicking off in fall 2026. Your support directly funds athlete pay and travel, production and live streaming, team jerseys, gear, and venue build-outs, content creation, and the launch of our fan-focused TAWF docu-series.
This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, and we're inviting you to be a part from day one. Whether you're in for $100 or $5,000, there's a reward waiting. Exclusive merch, VIP tickets, behind-the-scenes access, and even your name as a founding member of the league.
Join us, back the campaign, and help us make sports history one pin at a time.
TAWF, built to be rugged, designed to be respected.
Oh, we see a stop here, center table.
Yep.
This is a great match. Both athletes looking for top roll. Wow, we are in a war here, ladies and gentlemen.
What if arm wrestling wasn't just one-on-one? What if it was city versus city, with real teams, real rivalries, and a scoreboard that made every second count? Welcome to TAWF, Team Arm Wrestling Federation.
TAWF is North America's first professional team-based arm wrestling league. We're talking full rosters, weekly games, coaches, drafts, strategy, and all the raw
So don't lose, get frustrated, and go and think that you're out. You get to keep pulling even if you lose every match. Okay, so stay around the area as your class is running. We're going to run all the right arm, lightest to heaviest, amateur to pro, if there are amateur and pro classes in that weight, and then we'll run all the left arm in the same fashion. Okay, we'll call everybody to the front as we're starting each class, and then we'll go from there. If you were watching the super matches, it's all on the MAC tables with the MAC rules. So at the beginning of every match, you're going to come in karate chop style. You're going to put your elbows down. They're going to set your hands up. They're going to tell you to close your thumbs, close your hands, and then go. If there's any movement or any initiation before go, that'll be a warning. Second warning is a foul. The close your hands, go, there will be a small gap. The main thing that the ref is going to be looking for is a movement off center or covering the knuckles. Okay, so when you close your hands, be ready, but don't go early. And we're pretty good at catching those warnings. Okay, after that, the way the MAC rules work, elbow has to stay within the red line. If you touch the red line, you're still on the black. Once I'm on the red line, that's a warning. Okay, now I'm not on the black anymore. So the ref will say elbow back on, a warning, you have to immediately adjust. If you go back on the red, second warning is a foul. If you clear the red completely, obviously that's a foul. So if you see your opponent and he's on the red like this, don't get distracted, start telling the ref, like, don't call your own fouls on this table. It's very hard to foul unintentionally, and the fouls with the way the refs are going to call it are very obvious. So you might, the worst thing you can do in a match is try to ref your own match. Let the reffing happen. Just understand that the red is like the ref's looking for something specific on the red. Touching the red is not a warning. Being on the red is the warning, okay? Then the pin pads, it's still a parallel pin, so anything on your opponent's side of the table underneath the pin line is going to be a pin. And then the elbow foul is coming off the pad. Little bobbles we're not calling. That's what this depression is for. So the ref is looking to see the elbow. Once the ref can actually see your elbow, it's clear that you're not on the pad and or not trying to stay on the pad. What we're trying to avoid is when you're not, I'm not trying to get an advantage, I'm just moving. There's no advantage being gained. But that, I'm obviously trying to get an advantage. So again, this depression is supposed to create a situation where as soon as the ref can see an elbow, there's no question it's a foul, okay? After that, I guess the other thing is just the shoulders. We're not gonna overly ask you to square your shoulders. Your shoulders can lie as they do naturally. And basically, if you think of a clock, 10 o'clock's okay, but no, 11 o'clock's okay, but 10 o'clock's too far. So like Ian will demonstrate here.
Okay, just to clarify with the clock, 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, right? So, this will be 12 o'clock here, 6 o'clock. My left shoulder can be at the 11 o'clock in comparison to this. Not 10 o'clock, not 9 o'clock. Just basically how we practice. We're not going to throw your shoulder. It makes zero sense. Nobody's comfortable. Nobody likes it. So we're just going to go like that. Clear as mud?
Okay, and then it's all single pull, and it's all slips go to straps. So if the slip occurs before a foul or a pin, there's no question whether it's legal or not, it just goes to the straps. If you do get, if you're slipping and the slip comes out and the ref calls it a pin, that's a pin, right? We're not just like, and if you go like this to get a slip, that's an elbow foul, not a slip, you know what I mean? So the foul or the pin will get called before the slip, but all slips go to straps. Okay, clear? Everybody good? Any questions? Yes, sir.
Point system. How do you...
Yeah, okay, so sorry, the last thing I didn't go over is the point system. So again, with the no elimination tournament, this is all, because it's all one brotherhood here between MAC and TAWF and the no elimination. So the TAWF format uses a point system, so it's not just win-loss, so the fouls have value. So if Ian and I are pulling and I win, I get 5 points. Ian and I are pulling, I foul, and then I win. I got 1 foul, so I get 4 points. Ian fouls, and then I win. I get an extra point. I get 6 points. Okay, so the winner is the only one that gets points, and the fouls augment the points by 1. So if you get a foul, you lose a point. If you opponent gets a foul, you gain a point. The only other way to get an extra point or to get points is a flash pin. So it has to be no resistance. It's going to be the head ref's discretion, and the way we define it is within a half second of the go. So since the ref's the one saying the go, as long as he feels there was no resistance and it was distinguished a flash, he'll call a flash, and that's 1 extra point. So again, your opponent has a foul, you then flash him, that's a 7-point win. Okay, so then at the end of the bracket, once everybody's gone through all their matches, the person with the most, then it just goes by points, and we go through there. There is one group, the 200-pound right-hand class. There's more than 8 competitors, so it's split into 2 groups. So in that group, the top person from each group will have a super match, like a 3-round super match to determine first place. Does that make sense? So it's going to be a lot of pulling. Everybody's going to get to pull. It's going to go fast. It's going to be fun. And we're going to start with the 160 men's.
Wait, what are the rules?
Yeah, right. You almost got me on that. Actually, you did get me. You got me for a solid second there. All right, so.
Can you repeat that?
Let me just make sure there's.
He's never going to come to Jersey. You know that, right? He'll never come to Jersey if we keep doing this.
Don't represent New York. We're not part of New York. Yeah, buddy.
They will never come to New Jersey. We are ruining it for ourselves.
Can you do me a quick favor? Can you just check if there's any names in the 180 and the 200 that are the same? No, right? Yeah. What about in the B? Okay.
All right, guys. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna start with 160 men's on the. Actually, you guys are good reffing. Ian, you know who's reffing and everything. I'm gonna sit over here and do the brackets. All right, guys. 160 men's right hand is going to be on the orange table, and men's 200 right hand is going to be on the black table. Yeah, we're gonna. Right, Dan.
Dan, you want me to run both tables, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to run both tables. We have a time limit on how late we're allowed to be here, so we want to make sure we get through this. So on the orange table, I need Jeffin, Mike, Bobby, Sergio. Jeffin, Mike, Bobby, Sergio. That's men's 160 right. I'm going to do this actually. Sorry, we're going to run the 220 men's on the black table. Okay, I need Rich, Dan, Jesus, Luke, Kevin, Anthony, Thomas, and Francis on the black table.
I'm going to do 220 for just because of the way it is, and then the 200, yeah.
Okay, guys, so 220 on the black table is going to be Rich, Dan, Jesus, Luke, Kevin, Anthony, Thomas, and Francis. Okay? All right, guys, our first match on the orange table is going to be Jeffin versus Sergio. Jeffin versus Sergio. Jeffin versus Sergio. Is it Geffen? Geffen, sorry, Geffen. Geffen versus Sergio on the orange table. Yeah, this is right hand, guys. All right, and then on the black table, I need Rich versus Francis. Rich versus Francis on the black table. Rich versus Francis.
No, the 220. I had to go up to 220.
Okay,
I know. No, I had to go up to, what?
The 220 is mixed, amateur and pro.
So because we had somewhere there were like three people less in the class, so we were just amateur and pro, just to make sure everybody got to pull.
All right, guys, so we have Geffen versus Sergio on the orange table, and we have Rich versus Francis on the black table. All right, 5-point win for Rich with 5 points. Next on the black table, I need Dan versus Thomas. Dan versus Thomas.
You want to wear a headset?
Dan, instead of using, will that go into the speakers? Yeah, sure.
Give me a couple audio checks.
Yeah, Jurassic, Thomas, Jackson.
Yeah. All right, you guys can hear me out here? All right, guys, Dan Scorsese. Sorry, Dan Scorsese and Thomas Jackson. Dan and Thomas to the black table, please. Dan and Thomas.
In 1 second, you're not here.
It's okay.
I'll be back. Check.
Flashpin for Sergio, 6 points. Okay, Mike and Bobby on the orange table, please.
Mike and Bobby on the orange table.
All right, who's the winner there? Ian, was that a flash or no? That was a flash. 6 points for Dan. I need Jesus and Anthony, please, to the black table. Jesus and Anthony to the black table. I need Mike and Bobby on the orange table. Mike and Bobby on the orange table. Mike and Bobby, orange table.
It was closer. Yeah. No, that's why I asked you. I'm not going to question your call. I'm just going to double check.
Jesus and Anthony, thank you. Anthony Flash, 6 points.
Bobby.
Regular win?
Bobby.
No fouls?
All right, guys, next is Jeffin versus Bobby on the orange table. Bobby has a minute. I need Luke and Kevin on the black table, please. Luke and Kevin.
What you can do is open up another window. You know what I mean? So just delete that. Yeah. And then if you have to go up here and minimize it. No. I'll do it, sorry. Minimize it.
All right, guys, sorry. You need on the orange table. Jeffin versus Bobby. Jeffin versus Bobby. Geffen versus Bobby, please. Black table. Did we do Luke versus Kevin? Luke versus Kevin, guys.
Here. You get a bye.
Kevin's, okay, so this is a bye. Okay.
Look, you get a bye.
Okay, sorry, guys. Yeah, so next match will be Rich versus Thomas. Rich versus Thomas on the black table.
Tommy. He's coming.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Is it USB? And you can zoom out, eh? Yeah. You just need to line it up right. But if we had another one, it'd be helpful.
What happened here? Bobby again? Regular? No fouls? Okay, Bobby with 5 points. Sergio versus Mike on the orange table. Sergio versus Mike. We got a match going on the black table. Wow, nice. Coming back.
4-point win for... What's your name, sir?
Thomas.
What's your name?
Thomas.
Thomas? Okay.
4 points for Thomas. Thank you. Okay, Francis versus Anthony on the black table. Francis versus Anthony on the black table.
Awesome, buddy. Oh shit! No, I don't. I have this kind of USB. Yeah. No, I can just plug this right in, buddy. Like I don't need. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks, man.
Name?
What's your name, bud? Sergio. Regular win. No. 6 points.
6 points for Sergio. Great. Geffen versus Mike next on the orange table. Mike has a minute. 5 points for Francis. All right, so next is Jesus versus Luke. Dan, you have a bye this round, okay? Dan has a bye. Yeah, so Jesus versus Luke.
And then everybody will get a bye.
All right, guys, we need Geffen versus Mike on the orange table.
Yes, sir.
Kevin versus Mike.
That's okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Go!
Put it down.
For who? 5 points. Jake. Got it.
Luke, 5 points. Great. Rich versus Anthony next on the black table. Rich versus Anthony.
Yeah. I just need to organize the signal. Yeah.
Thanks. What do we got? Any fouls?
Any fouls? No fouls. Win for Mike.
Yeah, 5 for Mike. All right, next is Bobby versus Sergio. Bobby versus Sergio. Nice. We got a match on the black table. Match on the black table. There we go. Stay in it, boys. Look at your hands. Stay in it.
Go ahead. Pull it. Don't give up.
Nice. Make some noise. Big battle here, guys. This is good for everybody else in the class. Wow, what a battle on the black table. They're going to be able to finish. Keep your hips tight. Keep your hips tight, man, in the black. Wow, nice match, guys. That was great. All right, we got the 2 leaders here on the orange table. These guys are both undefeated on the orange table.
Mike, you know you're done?
Ian.
Yeah. Let's go, Serge.
Francis and Luke on the black table, please. Francis and Luke on the black table.
Thanks, buddy. I know. I don't know what happened. I think we're okay. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be all right.
Nice battle there. Serge with the win. Any fouls there, guys? Any fouls? 5-point win for Serge. All right, that puts Serge in the lead for the orange table. Our next match is Geffen versus Sergio. Sergio has a minute. Geffen versus Sergio. Sergio has a minute.
Luke, 6. Flash, 6 points for Luke.
All right, Dan versus Jesus on the black table next. Dan versus Jesus on the black table. Orange table, I got Geffen versus Sergio. Sergio's got another 15 seconds.
This one we go again. This one we don't. This one we do. Any time there's only 4, we do it twice. Yeah. I don't know. No, Conrad's not here. Like the Conrad that we were talking about. Conrad kind of looks like the Conrad, but a little bit. Yeah, you know. No, that's the. They always come. They usually come together.
That was Dan, right? Dan with 6-point flash. Nice job, Dan. All right, we got Anthony versus Luke next. Anthony versus Luke on the black table. Sergio and Geffen happening now on the orange table. Anthony versus Luke on the black table. There we go, boys. Sergio with the win.
So it's 11. 5 points.
Mike versus Bobby next on the black table. Mike versus Bobby.
Orange.
Sorry, orange table, orange table. Mike versus Bobby on the orange table.
Luke? Flash, Luke?
Thomas versus Jesus on the black table. Thomas versus Jesus on the black table. There we go. Bobby with the win again.
No fouls, right? No fouls? 5 points for Bobby, yeah.
Geffen versus Bobby next. Bobby has a minute.
Thomas? Awesome. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah.
Francis versus Dan on the black table, please.
He did that, and then like this right here, that he's doing better. So I'm not gonna complain.
All right, Bobby versus Geffen on the orange table.
If you're just standing around waiting.
On the black table right now, I need Francis and Dan. Dan with the win. 6 points. Nice job. All right, guys, going into round 5.
Scoot over for me so I can see the score quick.
Going into round 5, we've got Dan in the lead with 18, Luke in second with 17, and Rich in third with 10 right now. All right, starting the 5. Okay, starting the 5th round. I need Rich versus Luke on the black table. Rich versus Luke on the black table, please. Rich versus Luke. And Sergio versus Mike on the orange table. Sergio versus Mike. Sergio versus Mike, thank you. Nice pull, guys.
That's Luke, right? Yeah.
5 points for Luke. Good job, guys. All right, we've got Anthony versus Dan next on the black table. Anthony versus Dan.
Sergio with the win, 5 points.
We've got Geffen versus Mike next. Geffen versus Mike next. On the orange table, sorry, orange table. Geffen versus Mike. Anthony versus Dan over here. Dan's chalking up. Geffen versus Mike, please, on the orange table. Yeah, Geffen versus Mike on the orange table, please.
That was Dan with a flash. Dan with a flash. Yeah. Huh? Who is him? I know. No, Dan Sorezi. No, I think there's one more. Over there, Dave.
Thomas versus Francis on the black table, please. Thomas versus Francis on the black table.
What was that?
What happened there, guys?
Mike
with 5. Bobby versus Sergio, last match. Can I see the... Bobby versus Sergio, 5 points for Thomas. Rich versus Jesus next on the black table. Rich versus Jesus. If Bobby can get an 8-point win here, he can take this from Sergio. But right now, Sergio's in the lead, 27-20. So Bobby has a chance here. He's got to find a way to get Sergio to foul out. Nah, looks like Sergio's in control. There, nice work, guys. Good job, Sergio. Undefeated. That was a great job, guys. Okay, so we've got Sergio in first with 32, Bobby in second with 20, Mike in third with 10, and then Geffen in fourth. And again, because Bobby and Geffen were both signed up as amateurs, they'll both get their medals in amateur as well. Okay, guys, so we're going to run the 200, we're going to run the 200 Group A. So I need, from the 200 group class on the orange table, I'm going to need Andrew, Ray, John, Caleb, and Aaron. Andrew Rivers, I'm sorry if I butchered the last names, guys. Andrew Rivers, Ray Romanowski, John Gatantis, Caleb Johnson, and Aaron Diamond on the orange table, all right? Orange table. Good pulling, guys.
Is that Rich?
Guys, is that Rich with the win? Who won on the black table, please? Who won on the black table, please? Black table, who won? What's your name, sir? Rich, a regular win, no fouls? No. Ian, what happened on the black table? Fouls, anything? Okay, no fouls? Okay, so 5 for Rich. Luke versus Dan on the black table, please. Luke versus Dan on the black table. Luke versus Dan on the black table. All right, guys, the first match on the orange table is going to be Andrew versus Caleb. Andrew versus Caleb on the black table. This is men's right arm 200 Group A. Men's right arm 200 Group A. On the black table, I need Andrew versus Caleb. Andrew Rivers versus Caleb Johnson.
You're in the next group.
Okay.
So once this table's done, you guys are going to start on that table.
Okay, perfect.
All right, guys. Andrew versus Caleb, right arm.
How long do I have, you think?
I don't know. I think
2 minutes, maybe? Yeah.
Who got second place for the...
Yeah.
Bobby. For this table?
Pro was Mike. I believe. Let me just double check. Second place? Let me just double check. One second, please. Bobby was a pro. So Bobby got second.
Bobby got second?
Yeah. And then Mike is first amateur, and Gethin is second. Okay? And Sergio was
First. Okay, sorry guys. Anthony versus Thomas on the black table. Anthony versus Thomas on the black table. What happened with Dan and Luke?
Okay, so 6 for Dan.
All right, guys, sorry. What happened at the first round of that table? They're happening it now. Okay, great. I'll get you.
This is 180. No, Group A, 200. 200 Group A. That one. Should be that one. Yeah. Thomas, 5 points.
Awesome. Good job, Thomas. Rich versus Dan next on the black table. Rich versus Dan on the black table. Regular win for Andrew, right? 6-point win for Andrew. I need Ray versus John on the orange table. Ray versus John on the orange table.
That was 6. Dan, you said 6, right? Yeah. I know, and then he said 6.
Yeah, we got Rich versus Dan on the black table right now. Dan having a good day. 5-point win for Dan. Jesus versus Francis next on the black table. All right, and then Luke versus Thomas will be the last match for the black table. Good job, boys. Francis with a 5-point win. Luke versus Thomas on the black table. This is the last match for the black table, and then we'll go through the winners. Luke versus Thomas, black table, please. Luke versus Thomas. There we go. They're on the table. Good job, boys.
Can I see that?
Thomas, 5-point. Good job, Thomas. That put you ahead of Luke. He was in the lead.
Ray, thank you. 5-point. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys, I need Aaron versus John on the orange table. Aaron versus John on the orange table. All right, guys, the order of the black table was Dan Sorezi in first place with 34 points. Thomas Jackson in second place with 24 points. Luke Soshin in third place with 22 points. And then it's Rich Inzero with 15 points, Francis with 10 points, and Anthony with 6 points.
I just want to see. I have to go through that later. Aaron? Okay. 5 points, Dan? Dan, just 5? 6? Okay. Thank you.
Andrew versus Ray on the orange table, please. Andrew versus Ray on the orange table. All right, guys, we're going to start 200 Group B. Men's weight arm 200 Group B on the black table. I need Matthias, Danny, Jason, Omar, Fernando. Matthias, Danny, Jason, Omar, Fernando on the black table. Men's 200 right hand. Okay, our first match will be Matthias versus Omar on the black table. Matthias versus Omar. All right, we got Ray versus Andrew on the first table. They both won their first match in the first round. Let's see what happens here. All right, guys, black table, we're looking for Matthias versus Omar to start off the men's 200 Group B.
We'll be all right. We'll get there. Yeah. We just got to keep it moving.
Guys, I need Matthias versus Omar. Matthias versus Omar.
Omar's there. He registered just to ask for, so he's not in the tournament.
Oh. Okay, that's.
Same with Fernando.
Really?
Dan, this fucks up our bracket.
You scared him off. Fernando. And they never put it by.
Yeah, but it messes everything up, man. It really fucks us up. It really fucks it up. No, it was mixed up because of this. Yeah.
Someone here didn't hear the. Yeah, there you go. I was just saying that about you. Yeah.
Caleb versus Ray, please, on the orange table.
Yeah. I don't know what to do now.
Caleb versus Ray on the orange table, please.
I don't know what to do with this now because I don't even who's pulling. So it's just these three now.
Jason, Danny, and Matthias.
Yeah. Minus Omar and Fernando. What's wrong with just mixing the pool? Like fuck, it really fucks us up.
Yeah, Omar and Fernando aren't pulling.
Okay.
I know this gentleman here said he didn't get on the.
What's his name?
Sorry?
What's his name? What's your name? What class are you in? And you were 200?
Yeah, wait, 196.
Yeah, okay. Matthew Sy?
Stein, S-T-E-I-N.
Okay.
I don't know.
Where's Dan? Do you want to? Dan, you want to just pull to fill it up?
Oh, yeah, I'll jump in. I'm not even 200.
Okay, guys, sorry. So now I need I need Matthias versus Matthew on the black table, please. Matthias versus Matthew on the black table. Thank you. We figured it out. All right, what happened between Caleb and Ray on the orange table? Caleb versus Ray on the orange table.
Andrew and Ray. Ray got it. So now it's Caleb and Ray. Oh, Ray got it again.
Yeah. So
just to be clear, Ray beat Andrew and then Ray beat Caleb, correct? Okay, perfect. So now I need Aaron versus Andrew on the orange table. Aaron versus Andrew on the orange table. Okay, guys, we figured it all out.
Smooth. That's the only thing with it. It's not like you can't just flip it after because I already divided them. And, yeah, it makes it hard. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good.
Signing the waiver.
And then I know I got it. It's okay. It's okay.
Danny versus Jason. Danny Chen versus Jason on the black table, please.
Aaron, 6 points.
All right, guys, John versus Andrew on the orange table. John versus Andrew on the orange table. Andrew, you have a minute. Danny versus Jason on the black table, please. Danny versus Jason on the black table. Danny Chen versus Jason Cardi. Ciardi, sorry.
Yeah. I always mess that up. I know. I always mess it up. I say Chitara all the time to Chitara instead of Kitara pasta, and fucking Severio always gives me shit. I'm just gonna do this. I know. I'm a very bad Italian.
Whenever anyone is like, "Oh, but you married an Italian, that makes me like you."
Go,
I'm like,
John.
I'm more Italian than my husband. You should like me because of me.
Yeah.
Okay. When we get to that class,
All right, we got John versus Andrew on the orange table. Danny versus Jason going to the strap. Got a match here on the orange table.
Andrew! Put him down, Drew!
Okay.
Hold him!
Okay.
Hold him, we still got something left, Drew.
I try to tell everyone, like, hey, I don't buy it. I start watching.
that was a win for John? 5-point win for John. Caleb versus Aaron on the orange table. Caleb versus Aaron on the orange table. We got Danny and Jason in the strap here on the black table.
Who won that match?
Sorry guys, is there a dispute? What's going on there? So the call's a foul. So it's a foul on John. Okay, great. No worries. Win for Jason.
All good? Jason? 5? 5 points for Jason.
I need Dan versus Jason. Jason has a minute. Dan versus Jason.
Why? Oh, the 5, yeah. Yeah.
Stay tight, Drew.
Schwartz. Dan Schwartz, please. Dan. Where's Dan at? Where's Dan the man? All right, there he is. There we go. Good match here on the orange table. These guys have been locked up for 5 minutes already. Oh, big drive by John. There we go. So that's a 4-point win for John because he had a foul. So now it's Caleb versus Aaron on the orange table. Caleb versus Aaron on the orange table. And we've got Dan versus Jason happening on the black table. I need Matthias and Danny on deck for the black table. All right, guys, Caleb versus Aaron. There we go. There we go. Nice pull. 5 points for Jason. Matthias versus Danny on the black table, please. Matthias versus Danny on the black table.
Yeah, he looks good, yeah. That's a big 198 guy. Yeah.
Definitely wasn't prepared to pull for that.
Did you finish yours already? You need to go get you some? There's a gas station there, and they sell it at the gas station here.
All right, big win for Aaron. Was that 5 or 6-point flash for Aaron? So Aaron versus Ray next. Aaron has a minute on the orange table. Aaron versus Ray on the orange table. Aaron has a minute. Matthias versus Danny strapped up, getting ready to go. Yeah, incidental. All right, guys. Ray versus Aaron. Aaron's got another 30 seconds. Danny with the win.
Ian.
Aaron versus Ray, yes, but Ray was called first. Matthew versus Danny on the black table. Danny has a minute. Matthew versus Danny. Danny has a minute.
He's the guy with the glass.
No, what does he look like?
Taller guy there.
No.
Oh, what? Oh, who does he look like?
No. Let me fucking finish my sentence. What does Aaron look like? Like a car dealer?
Oh.
Accountant?
Yeah, accountant.
Very unassuming.
He looks like. What's his name? The guy that used to work as the financial guy. No, not Coral. The guy from Guatemala. No.
Oh, JC?
No.
Hey, Steve.
For Aaron, right?
John versus Caleb on the orange table. John versus Caleb on the orange table.
No. No, he was in Guatemala. He was from Toronto. Eduardo, yeah. Yeah, but that's who he looks like. He looks like Eduardo.
All All right, guys, John versus Caleb on the orange table, please. John versus Caleb on the orange table. John versus Caleb, orange table.
Huh? Oh, wow.
John, yeah, John versus Caleb on the orange table. John called first. All right, we'll get one.
Let's go, Johnny.
Little Rock, okay.
Johnny Guns.
I like that, yeah. How do you say it? You know how it's Little John? Let's call him Little Rock John.
He's really good.
John, yeah. Or the Caleb, the kid? Or
No, the old man, Johnny. He's actually like 6 months in this sport.
Oh, yeah, he told me, he said, yeah.
Brand new dude in the sport, but he's fit into this like nothing else, man.
How do you say his last name?
I don't know.
Giantis?
Giantis? I don't know. But John, if you look at his hand, he's got like a 200-pound.
Yeah, like a big man's hand. Yeah.
Much bigger hand.
Yeah, I noticed it when I shook his hand.
5 points. Matthew with the win, 5-point win. I need Dan versus Matthias on the black table, please. Dan versus Matthias. We got
Caleb. Give it to him, Caleb.
we got John Little Rock in a good match here.
Right there. Let's go, John.
Nice match, guys. That was a war.
I'm done. I'm beat.
What's that?
I'm done. I'm beat. I can't go no more. I'm tired. Yeah, I don't want to hurt myself.
Okay, no worries. Do you mind? Okay, then. Yeah,
just
that's fine.
want me to lay down to him?
Yeah. Just for the point.
John versus Caleb. Caleb with the win. All right, guys, that finishes off Group A for the 200-pound. We've got Aaron Diamond in first place with 23. Ray was in second place with 15. And John was in third place with 9. Okay, so Ray has dropped out, so it'll be John moving on to the finals to fight for third place. All right, so Dan versus Matthias happening on the black table. So this is going to be a good match. No, you guys, that table's done. You guys are done. Okay, so now Dan won. What was the no fouls? Dan, any fouls? No fouls, right? So 5 points for Dan. 5 points for Dan. Next, I need Jason versus Matthias. Matthias has a minute. All right, guys, we're going to do the amateur super heavy right hand on the orange table. All right, amateur super heavy right hand on the orange table. I need Dan Centrella, Nika Pilari, Glenn Lombardo. Sorry. Jeremy Deere, Chris Daigle, Saba Sudaze, and Zeph Alia. All right, guys. Dan, Nika, Glenn, Jeremy, Chris, Saba, Zeph on the orange table. Okay, this is the men's super heavy amateur right hand. All right, and I need Matthias and Jason on the black table. Matthias' minute.
I'm done. I can't pull again.
Can you just lay down? Or okay, no, it doesn't matter.
That's fine. Okay, Jason gets 5 points. Matthias has to lay down.
You just got to do this happen. Fuck off. So 5.
So Matthew versus Dan on the black table, please. Matthew versus Dan on the black table. All right, guys, first match on the orange table. I need Dan versus Sabo, but I think we need to get some refs over there.
Saba and Zeph.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be on the right side.
Are you amateur? What was your name? You came in late.
What happened?
Yeah, okay, I just gotta find it. Just give me a sec.
Want to call Danny and Dan?
Danny versus Dan. Dan has a minute. Danny versus Dan. Dan has a minute.
Jason, let's go.
All right, guys. So first match on the orange table is Liam versus Zeph. Liam versus Zeph on the orange table once we have the ref set. Liam versus Zeph on the orange table.
What's that? No, the one, oh yeah,
We do. Yeah, you're right. We do. Yeah. I'm gonna start it on this table.
Thank you. It's because the 160 and 180, there were doubles, so I didn't want to do it right after. I wanted to give them a rest, but thank you, I forgot it. You're right.
All right, guys. Yeah, sorry. We're gonna be doing the 180s on this table as soon as this table's done. Okay? On the black table. Sorry. And right now we have Dan versus Danny. All right, guys. Liam versus Zeph on.
Zeph 6 points.
Zeph 6 points. So now I need Dan versus Saba on the orange table. Dan versus Saba on the orange table.
Yeah, so. I mean, it kind of is.
Dan versus Danny in a battle. Dan trying to work him down. Getting some movement. There it is. Nice job, Dan. Jason versus Matthew on the black table. That'll be the last match for this group. Good match on the orange table. Going to the strap. Dan with a good win. Jason versus Matthew on the black table. This will be the last match for the black table. Yeah, Jason, sorry. Jason versus Matthew, yeah. And this is the last match for the black table. Jay with a win. 5 points for Jay. All right, guys, so on the black table, we got Jason in first place with 20, Dan in second place with 15, so they'll be moving on to the finals with the winners from Group B, which we will handle in a little bit. So now we're going to start the 180 group, right hand. So amateur 180 right hand is going to go on the black table. I need Steve Fernandez, Geffen, Matthew, Larry, Ronald, and Henry.
Let's go, Steve.
You lucked out, Matthew. You lucked out.
Yeah, he shouldn't be in that class, but I think that got registered wrong.
Hey, Matthew.
I think I see where the mistake. I think you're in the 180 group, but you were 196, but you just pulled. Are you okay? If I take you out of that group because you just pulled your 200?
Yeah.
Because I think I put you in the wrong, or somehow it ended up in the wrong group.
So I wasn't supposed to be 200?
No, you were supposed. Your weight is you should have been in the 200, but I put you in the 180. That's why I didn't see you in the 200. So don't worry, you're not in this group. I'm going to take you out of this one. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
No more pulling?
Yeah. Yeah. No more. You're done. You're done. Okay. Yeah. Or did you do left arm?
I did do left.
Okay. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No worries, buddy. So just change him to bye.
Okay, guys, sorry. So what happened on the orange table last was Dan versus Saba. What happened between Dan versus Saba? Saba won. Saba with 5 points. Now I need Nika versus Chris. Nika versus Chris on the orange table. And I need Steve Fernandez versus Henry Jiang on the black table. Steve versus Henry on the black table. This is the men's 180 amateur. Steve versus Henry on the black table. Nika Polari versus Chris Diego. Nika Polari.
No. Yeah. Yeah. I call,
You're on this table. Yeah.
Right or left?
Yeah, this is the right arm.
Right arm.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're all combined in the 180?
I don't know where Chris.
The 180s. No, amateur and pro got split up.
What's wrong?
What are you doing? Don't touch that. No, you don't touch that.
Okay, is there anything?
No, you don't touch it. Period.
Oh, okay. You were just on the camera.
It's part of the live stream. You don't touch it.
Oh, okay.
That's part of this production.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Chill, okay? Chill.
Okay, what happened there? What's up with Nika and Chris? What's going on with Nika and Chris on the orange table? Nika and Chris on the orange table, guys. What's going on?
I don't know where Chris is. Chris! Where's Chris?
Where's Chris Diego?
Chris Diego!
All right, guys. What happened between Steve and Henry on the black table? Steve and Henry.
Henry won. 5 points.
Okay, Geffen versus Ronald on the black table, please. Geffen versus Ronald on the black table. I still need to know what's going on with Nika and Chris. Is there no Chris? Okay, Chris loses. Nika gets 5 points. I need Glenn versus Jeremy on the orange table. Glenn versus Jeremy on the orange table. Glenn versus Jeremy on the orange table. If anybody knows where Chris Diego is, please get him. Glenn Lombardo.
He's not here. He's still up.
Okay, put bye. Just go to his name and put bye.
Okay, I need Liam versus Sada. Liam versus Saba on the orange table. Liam versus Saba. Steve versus Ronald on the black table. Steve versus Ronald on the black table. Liam versus Saba. Liam versus Saba on the orange table, please.
Close to time. Sorry.
Trying to film himself instead of fucking.
I don't know. All right, Liam versus Saba on the orange table. We've got Steve versus Ronald. Ronald with a flash. 6 points for Ronald. Henry versus Larry on the black table. Henry versus Larry on the black table. Liam versus Saba. Yeah, Liam versus Saba.
Where's the head rep?
Flash for.
Who was that? Larry? Who was that? I need your name.
Hey! Larry.
Larry with a flash. Good job. Next is Steve versus Larry. Larry has a minute. Steve versus Larry. Larry has a minute.
Looking around that, my bad.
What's that? Oh, no big deal. It's not a big deal.
Get your power.
Just right here.
All good.
Here, I'll do this.
Yeah, there you go. If you were good, you would be able to do it.
Right?
Yeah, I got it on my side. I'm all good. Whoa. Oh.
Big commitment by Saba going to the strap. Liam versus Saba going to the strap. Good match, guys. Steve versus Larry, yes sir. Steve versus Larry.
Liam.
Good job, boys.
Fire it up, Liam. Fire it up, Liam. Wake up.
Henry versus Geffen on the black table. Henry versus Geffen on the black table.
Henry versus Geffen on the black table. Come on.
Yeah.
Here's another player.
Use your other arm.
Come on. I'm about to do the same thing. Pull it back, Liam. Pull it back to you.
Okay, 7 for Henry. 7 for Henry. Good job. Larry versus Geffen next on the black table. Larry versus Geffen on the black table. Geffen, you have a minute. You have a minute if you want it, Geffen.
Yeah, Liam. Yeah.
Good match, guys. Any fouls there? Refs, any fouls on that table, on the orange table? Any fouls? Any fouls? No fouls. 1 win, 5-point win for Liam. Zaf versus Chris. Is Chris Diego back? Is Chris Diego here? Did we find Chris? Did Chris Diego show up? Chris.
Going once. Going twice. Move it.
All right, 5 points for Zeph. I need Dan versus Jeremy on the orange table. Dan versus Jeremy on the orange table.
5 points for Zeph. What's going on? Zeph, 5 points.
I called that. Yeah, Dan, there you are on the table. Great.
This is AMS. No, oh yeah, 180. You're right. 180. No, not left. 180. Right. Amateur. So AM 180. AM 180. Right.
All right, guys. Larry and Geffen, what happened? Larry and Geffen, what happened, guys? Larry and Geffen, what happened? You won? Flash? 6 points for Larry. Ronald versus Henry on the black table. Ronald versus Henry. Dan with the win over Jeremy, 5 points. Okay, next I need Liam versus Chris. Chris, we're going to give Chris 30 seconds. Anybody knows where Chris is? Get him on the table, please. Chris Diego. Chris Diego going once. Chris Diego going twice. Chris Diego, you have donated to the tournament. We appreciate it. Liam, 5-point win. Saba versus Jeremy next. Saba versus Jeremy on the orange table, please. Henry with the win. 5-point win for Henry. Very good, guys. Thank you, refs. Steve versus Geffen on the black table. Steve versus Geffen on the black table. Saba versus Jeremy on the orange table. Saba versus Jeremy on the orange table. Saba versus Jeremy on the orange table.
You okay? Did you tear it?
No, I tweaked it my second match and it doesn't feel good. Thanks, no, thanks for going easy. I appreciate that.
Saba versus Jeremy getting ready on the orange table. Saba versus Jeremy. Let's go, refs. We got to get this going, please. Orange table. We got to get it going. Flash pin for Steve. Good job. 6 points. Last match on the black table is Larry versus Ronald. Larry versus Ronald. Larry versus Ronald.
He's good on the show. He's not bad. He's okay.
What's the next class is going to be?
The next is going to be supers, and then the supers right arm on one of these on this table most likely, and then we'll start left hand over here.
What about right-handed pro? 180 pro. You haven't done a
180. Right. Oh, you're right. Yes, I have that. You're right. That'll be next here. Yeah.
Together?
No. Amateurs and pros got split. So this is amateur. This is the amateur one, okay?
So Larry versus Ronald. Larry won, 5 points. Okay, Dan versus Nika on the orange table, please. Dan versus Nika on the orange table. All right, guys, for the amateur 180 right arm, we have Larry in first place with 23 points. We have Henry in second place with 17 points. Ronald in third place with 11 points. And Steve in fourth place with 6 points. And Geffen in fifth place. All right, guys, that's for the amateur 180 right hand for the black table.
No, that's Am. It's really fucking not how I do it. Not how I do it. I can't modify that one. Oh, God. Really fucking annoying. What?
Nika just won.
Nika won. Was that 5 points? Okay, thank you. Next, I need Liam versus Jeremy on the orange table, please. Liam versus Jeremy on the orange table.
This is easier. Thank you.
Saba versus Nika on the orange table, please. Saba versus Nika on the orange table.
Just copy paste. Yeah.
All right, guys, 180 men's pro right on the black table. I need Eduardo, Davon, Mike, Conrad, and Alexis. Eduardo, Davon, Mike, Conrad, Alexis on the black table, okay?
I love you. Thank you. Yeah, you just got to, all the big ones, you just got to, if you just double click that, yeah, it'll do it. Yeah. Beautiful.
All right, guys, Eduardo and Conrad is going to be the first match on the black table, men's 180 right pro. Eduardo versus Conrad on the black table. All right, and we have Saba versus Nika on the orange table.
You're not? No. I didn't sign up for it. Oh, because you entered.
Do you want him to?
Do you want him to? Or Kenny? Do you mind? Right arm.
This is right arm, yeah. You can even if you don't have to like just so that we have a filler, you know what I mean, or else it.
Nice, Conrad. Thank you. Thank you, Devon.
Conrad, no, sorry, what happened on the orange table?
Nika, 5 points, right? No fouls, right? No fouls, right?
5 points for Nika. So Zeph versus Dan on the orange table. And it was Conrad with a regular win, right? 5-point win for Conrad. So I need Davon versus Mike on the black table. Davon versus Mike on the black table. And we've got Zeph versus Dan on the orange table.
Mike who? Mike Service.
Mike Service, yeah. 180 men's pro, Mike Service.
5?
5-point win for Zaf. All right, guys, next on the orange table, I need... Oh, it was a 6, okay. Jeremy versus Nika on the orange table. Yeah, what's going on with Davon Perkins, Mike Service. Davon Perkins, Mike Service, please.
They're going to the table right now. Serve him up.
There you go. That's Nika with a 5-point win. All right. Is Chris back yet? We got no Chris still, right? No Chris. So Dan gets a 5-point win. So next I need Saba versus Zeph. On the orange table. Saba versus Zeph.
Yeah, those are really good.
Saf with a 5-point win. 5-point win for Saf. Liam versus Nika, orange table.
Zeph. It's Zeph, sorry. Zeph. Yeah. No, it will be all right. Yeah.
Come on, Liam. Let's go, boys. Liam, stop whispering sweet nothings in here. Come on.
With that finger, yeah.
Straight back, Liam.
It's because he's waiting for his finger to snap.
Go back, Liam.
Fuck. Mike's, he didn't want to pull, and then we asked him to pull, and he just turns.
Oh, you got it. Let's go, Liam.
Mike? 5? Okay.
Alexis versus Mike on the... Alexis versus Mike on the black table. Mike has a minute. Alexis versus Mike on the black table. Okay.
6 points for Mike.
Alexis versus Mike on the black table. Mike has a minute. Alexis versus Mike on the black table, please. Mike has, yeah. He's there, he's there.
Back, Liam, back, Liam, back. He's fresh, Mike. He's fresh, Mike.
Alexis with the win, 5 points. Eduardo versus Davon next. Eduardo versus Davon.
5 for Nika.
Davon, if he's hurt, he can just lay down.
Jeremy versus Zeph on the orange table. Jeremy versus Zeph on the orange table. Davon putting up a fight. Zeph with the win. 6 points for Zeph.
5 points for Saba.
Saba gets the win over Chris because Chris isn't here.
No, there's.
Liam versus Dan on the orange table. Liam versus Dan on the orange table. Good pull, guys.
Yeah. Your name?
Ed, yeah. Conrad versus Davon on the black table. Davon has a minute. Conrad versus Davon. Davon has a minute.
We got a boogie. We got a pull in a minute.
We do. I do.
Yeah, we're in the right arm.
How much money will it take for me to?
You don't have to do anything. No, we don't do that. Go ahead. Just lay down, whatever. As long as it's full.
Conrad, right? 5 points for Conrad. Yeah. Alexis versus Eduardo, black table. Alexis versus Eduardo, black table. Alexis versus Eduardo. Liam versus Dan getting strapped up. Nice match on the black table.
Vamos, camanita.
Good match, boys. 5 points for Eduardo. Mike versus Eduardo next. Eduardo has a minute. Mike versus Eduardo next. Eduardo has a minute. Liam, nice win, Liam. Nika versus Zeph next on the orange table. Nika versus Zeph on the orange table. This is our last match on the orange table. Last match on the orange table. Nika versus Zeph. Mike versus Eduardo on the black table, please. Mike versus Eduardo on the black table.
No, we're almost on left. Almost on left. Where's Dan Schwartz?
Yeah, he's back there, yeah.
Okay. I need, or do you mind doing the brackets with Lisa? I gotta compete, so.
Oh, you gotta compete?
Yeah.
I can help, yeah.
You just gotta call it? Or?
Yeah, I'll call it, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so orange table is now done. So the amateur super heavyweights, we have Zeph in first place with 33 points. We have Nika in second place with 25 points. We have Liam in third place with 20. Then Saba with 15. Then Dan with 10. Then Jeremy with 5. Good job, boys.
Here is gonna be men's super. Do you want to call it, or do you want somebody to help you?
Eduardo with the 5-point win.
Do you mind calling the brackets with Lisa?
You got a rep?
I got a.
Oh. All right. So what am I? Okay.
On the black table, we got Conrad and Alexis Caban.
And we're just starting on the orange.
Who's up for JJ first?
So this will be the first one. We haven't called all the people.
Okay. Should I call them?
Yeah, you can call them.
Okay, to the orange table, I need JJ Jackson, Tiny, Shiyu Lin, Andrew Giacchio. First up is going to be JJ Jackson versus Andrew Giacchio.
Are they doing this twice?
Twice? What do you mean?
There was one other class where they did it.
5.
On table, the black table, we need Davon Perkins and Alexis Caban. Alexis, you get 1 minute. Alexis and Devon. Alexis, you still got like 30 seconds, though. Yeah, 30 seconds.
Do you know who's next on this table?
Yeah.
Like
serve it.
category?
Oh, no, I have no idea.
JJ, 5? 6?
Tiny and Shiyu Lin, table number 2, orange table. Next match. Shiyu. Shiyu, where are you, man? Oh. I told you. You forgot. Whoa, big win on Shiyu.
5 or 6? Is it 5 or 6?
5.
That was
6.
Jay?
Every other round, I want you.
Next is going to be JJ and Shiyu Lin at the orange table. Shiyu, you got a minute.
We're gonna start left hand next. So do the 160. It should be M160L.
Alexis, not flash, regular 5. Black table, Mike Service and Conrad.
Jason just said we're doing this one twice.
Okay. There's a 5. Orange table, Andrew Giacchio and Tiny. Okay, so the results for the 180 men's right hand. First place is Conrad, second place is Ed, and third place is Alexis. Congrats. Next up on the black table is going to be men's 160 left. I need pullers. Geffen Chang, Micah Min, Bobby, and Sergio. This is a combination. Yeah, left hand. Yeah. Combination of AMs and pros. Geffen, Mike, Bobby, and Sergio. First up is going to be Geffen and Sergio. Left-handed. Sergio, 5. Next on black table, Mike and Bobby.
So I guess we're doing this one twice as well.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Next on the orange table, I need JJ Jackson and Tiny. Tiny, you got a minute. Who won that one? Between Mike and Bobby, who won?
Bobby?
You got 5? It's a flash or? Ian, was it a flash? Right, okay. I need Geffen and Bobby. Black table, Geffen and Bobby. Dan, you guys ready? Let's go. Yeah. I need Shiu and Andrew on the orange table. Okay. Sergio and Mike on the black table. Shia, yep. Okay, now we're back to JJ and Andrew on the orange table. Sir, 30 seconds, yeah. Geffen and Mike on the black table. Yes, it's left. Yes. JJ and Andrew. Come on, Mike. Mike's winner. Regular pen. Bobby and Sergio on black table. Got it. Yep. Tiny and Shiu.
Go, Serge. Go, Serge. Let's go, Shiu. Come on, go. Don't you let that shit happen.
JJ and Shiu. Bobby, who won? Who won? Was it 5?
That was 10 points.
Geffen and Sergio. Black table. Shiu and JJ. Yes, Sergio and Geffen. Andrew and Tiny on the the orange table.
Sergio 5.
Mike and Bobby. JJ and Tiny.
Come on, head ref, stay in the game. Stay in the game. We're almost done. Got a time crunch.
Jeffin and Bobby.
Am I done now?
Shiyu and Andrew on the orange table, please. Shiyu and Andrew on the orange table. All right, this is the last match on the orange table, and then we'll get into the left-hand 180 men's group.
My right is so trash. It's so bad. I really need to get my elbow fixed.
Bobby with 5. Very good. Sergio versus Mike on the black table, please. Sergio versus Mike on the black table. Shiyu with a 5-point win. Good job. All right, so on the orange table, we have Shiyu in first with 31 points. JJ in second with 21 points. Andrew in third with 10 points. And I showed up. Sergio versus Mike on the black table. What happened with Sergio versus Mike?
Should be M180L.
All right, guys, on the orange table, we need the men's 180 left. All right, so I need Steve Fernandez, Eduardo, Geffen, Conrad, Matthew, and Ronald. Steve, Eduardo, Geffen, Conrad, Matthew.
It should be Sergio and Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sergio and Mike is what I should be having on the... No, that already happened. Sergio won. Yeah, no, but... Oh, no. No, Sergio and Mike. Sorry, Sergio and Mike. That's what I need. Sergio and Mike on the black table. Sorry, guys. Sergio and Mike, sorry.
Can you even out those ones for me?
And this is a... And then...
So make Matthew 5.
Sergio 1.
Sergio with a 5-point win. Right?
5 or a flash? Yeah.
Geffen versus Mike on the black table. Mike has a minute. Geffen versus Mike on the black table. Mike has a minute. Geffen and Mike, and then you're next with Sergio. Yeah. So Geffen and Mike, and then Bobby and Sergio is the last match. Matthew, you're in the 200 class.
Yeah. So I had it mixed up, but I fixed it.
Okay, guys. So on the orange table, I need Steven versus Ronald. Steven versus Ronald on the orange table. Men's 180 left hand. Steven versus Ronald, orange table. Bobby versus Sergio on the black table to finish off the 160 men's left hand. We're We're going to start the men's 200 left on the black table after this match. So on the orange table, I got Steven. I need Ronald Weber. Where's Ronald Weber? There we go. Perfect. Thank you, guys. All right, guys. We are actually going to be able to finish this on time, which is awesome. Great pulling, guys. Sergio with a convincing win, 30 points. Bobby in second with 20. Mike in third with 10. And Geffen in fourth place. Yeah, of course. 200 left, yeah. All right, guys, 200 left on the black table. I need Matthew, Andrew, John, Caleb, Aaron, Matthias, Jason, and Alexis. Matthew, Andrew, John, Caleb, Aaron, Matthias, Jason, and Alexis on the black table, please. It's Matthew versus Alexis, first match. Matthew versus Alexis, first match on the black table, please. Alexis Kari.
Oh, Alexis, yeah. Okay, that'd be great. I'm not competing with my name.
Okay, no.
I'm Alexis.
What's your last name?
C-A-B-A.
Okay. You won?
Ronald. All right, I need Geffen versus Conrad on the orange table. Geffen versus Conrad on the orange table. This is left arm, left arm. Geffen versus Conrad. All right. We got Matthew versus Alexis Kari. Perfect. All right, guys, Geffen versus Conrad. Geffen versus Conrad. Is Conrad here? Is Conrad still here? Andrew versus Jason. Andrew Rivers versus Jason Chiardi.
Pros and Ams together?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. It's you versus Andrew. Andrew called first.
Ronald and Conrad. I think it's Chiardi, but I don't know.
Ronald versus Conrad next on the orange table. Conrad has a minute. Ronald versus Conrad.
It's weird because here it comes up as Jason Chiardi, but here Jason. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Alexis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Alexis Kari.
Yeah. Jason Chiardi.
Yeah, but when I went to look at it,
yeah.
my eye went up there. They're the same.
Jason with the win. I need John versus Matthias on the black table, please. John versus Matthias on the black table. 5 points for Conrad. Eduardo versus Geffen on the orange table, please. Eduardo versus Geffen on the orange table.
I didn't say anything about that. I got, yeah, don't worry. Thanks.
John versus Matthias. John versus Matthias on the Eduardo and Geffen on the orange table. Eduardo and Geffen on the orange table. John and Matthias on the black table. John and Matthias, left arm, left arm.
Am I still like going or like? No, you're done. You're done. You won. Yeah. You won it all. We don't do awards anymore? Yeah. No, we are. Yeah.
Hop on for a second.
All right, guys, we're going to be having the awards at the end of this, so please don't go anywhere. If you won your class,
you and
Matthias, stay close by. But we're running through the rest of these classes, but we'll be running through the awards all at once. So please listen closely. We're starting to pack things up. We're getting a little closer to the end time. So if you see you lost a chair, it's okay because we're going to be out here by 3 o'clock.
I I need Steve and Conrad to the orange table, please. Steve and Conrad to the orange table.
If you want your raffles, to buy raffles, please buy them now. Now's your last chance. We're going to be calling them out in a little bit. Buy your raffles, buy your shirts. There's some merchandise and shirts and tank tops. They're all $25. Please go ahead and buy them now while the supplies are out. I'm going to start packing them up in the next 20 minutes.
There's only two. Three classes left.
Any fouls there, Ian?
Six.
6-point win for John. Caleb versus Aaron. Caleb versus Aaron on the black table, please. Caleb versus Aaron. Conrad with 5. Ronald versus Eduardo. Ronald versus Eduardo on the orange table. Ronald versus Eduardo.
Feeling. The speaker's getting really loud.
Caleb versus Aaron. There's Caleb, perfect.
I don't want to whisper. I just need to move it further away.
Eduardo with a flash, nice job. Steve versus Geffen next. Steve versus Geffen. Steve versus Geffen on the orange table. Aaron with a flash, 6 points for Aaron. I need Matthias versus Jason on the black table. Matthias versus Jason.
Matthew.
Sorry, Matthew. Matthew versus Jason. Matthew, sorry, Matthew.
Still gonna do finals for
For the 200, yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, fuck. Okay.
Conrad versus Eduardo on the orange table. Conrad versus Eduardo on the orange table.
There's two groups that were A and B, remember? I have to do the finals for them.
Conrad and Eduardo on the orange table. Conrad and Eduardo on the orange table.
Jason with 5.
Alexis and Matthias.
Alexis and Matthias, black table. Alexis and Matthias, black table. Good job, guys. Conrad with the win. Steve versus Eduardo on the orange table. Eduardo has a minute. Steve versus Eduardo on the orange table. Eduardo has a minute. Yeah, 5 points. We got it. Steve versus Eduardo. Eduardo has a minute. Eduardo, nice job. 5. Geffen versus Ronald. Orange orange table. Geffen versus Ronald on the orange table. This will be the last match.
Geffen and Ronald.
Geffen versus Ronald. Geffen versus Ronald. 5 points for Alexis. I need Andrew versus Aaron on the black table. Andrew Rivers versus Aaron Diamond on the black table. Geffen versus Ronald, please, on the orange table. Geffen versus Ronald on the orange table, please. Yeah, Geffen and Ronald on the orange table. This is the last match.
Write down the winners of the matches so far so he can go give the medals.
I'll just go through it and then we'll call it. Yeah. I'll figure that out in a second. I gotta figure out the last final. Aaron, right? Yeah. Flash.
And Ronald?
6 for Aaron.
John versus Caleb on the black table, please. John versus Caleb on the black table. All right, guys, for the men's 180 left, we've got Conrad in first with 20, Eduardo in second with 17, Ronald in third with 10, and Steve in fourth with 5. And I need John and Caleb to the black table, please. John and Caleb. Caleb to the black table, please.
Ray. Oh no, Ray dropped out, so it's John versus Dan. I gotta wait for this. 200. No, there's a couple more matches. Yeah. Okay, so this now I do 220 left.
So we have no youths, right? No youths. So I'm going to automatically give it to Caleb. Yeah.
Because there was no youths in today's competition, Caleb, wherever you are, you automatically get the first place right and left.
All right, guys, on the orange table, I need Jesus, Kevin, Anthony, and Thomas. This is the men's 220 left. Jesus Gonzalez, Kevin Nelson, Anthony Kindlot, and Thomas Jackson. Jesus, Kevin, Anthony, and Thomas on the orange table. Jesus versus Thomas is the first match. Jesus versus Thomas is the first match.
Do you want? You can get up and I can do it. Like I can do. I'm just saying if you want to walk around or just because you're back. I'm just saying.
All right, guys. Jesus versus Thomas on the orange table, please. Jesus versus Thomas. Guys, Jesus versus Thomas Jackson, orange table. Where's Thomas Jackson? Thomas Jackson, 220 left. There you go. Perfect. I need a head ref over on the orange table, guys.
Okay. So it's one foul.
One foul for Caleb.
Let's go, Zeus! Go! Go! Beast mode!
Kid is crazy.
Second foul for Caleb. He's still in it. Good win for John. John. So that's an 8-point win for, or no, 7-point win for John. Matthew versus Matthias on the black table, please. Matthew versus Matthias on the black table.
Oh, we're fine. We are. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Jesus with 6 points. Kevin versus Anthony on the orange table. Kevin versus Anthony.
Okay. Just give me a pen and paper and I'll write it down for him. It'll be easier than.
Jason, what? Can I get Jason versus Aaron on the black table, please? Jason versus Aaron on the black table. I need Kevin and Anthony on the orange table. Kevin and Anthony on the orange table.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, Jesus, yeah.
Kevin versus Anthony on the orange table, please.
Yeah, just. I just need a pen and a paper.
Kevin Nelson.
Kevin Nelson versus Anthony Kleinholt.
Kevin's not here.
Kevin left.
Put 5 for Kevin. Yeah.
Want me to jump in?
No, it's fine. You want to?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Jesus versus Anthony. Jesus versus Anthony.
Which ones need to be handed out? Haven't you been handing out awards already?
I started to, but then I got caught up with doing something other things,
Okay.
I lost track.
Jason, 5? Thanks.
All right, 5-point win for Jason. Alexis versus Caleb on the black table, please. Alexis versus Caleb. Jesus with the flash. Good job. I need Anthony versus Thomas next on the orange table. Anthony versus Thomas.
Write down the categories.
Yep. What? No, not yet. No, it's not built. That's not that one yet.
Jesus versus Thomas on the orange table. Jesus versus Thomas on the orange table. Thomas gets a minute.
Can you go to 160 right? That one? Men's 160 right?
Sergio, Bobby,
Yeah.
Alexis and Caleb.
Alexis versus Caleb should be on the black table.
Sergio, Bobby. Yeah.
Jesus and Thomas Jackson on the orange table, please. Jesus and Thomas Jackson on the orange table. 5 points for Alexis. Andrew and John on the black table. Andrew and John on the black table.
180 R now. Oh, 180 had an amateur too, right? Give me the amateur.
Come on, Jesus.
Can you click on that one for me, baby?
Andrew with the win. Matthew versus Aaron on the black table. Matthew versus Aaron on the black table.
You remember the one all the way at the end here, that one that I added?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start doing the raffles. If you had purchased a blue ticket or have a blue ticket on you, I'm going to start calling out the raffles for that one. First raffle is 752-246. 752-246. If you want it, come to the award table.
Jesus with the flash.
Going once.
Aaron 5.
Going twice.
Matthias versus Caleb on the black table. Matthias versus Caleb on the black table. Jesus versus Anthony on the orange table. Jesus has a minute. Jesus versus Anthony on the orange table. Jesus has a minute.
Next raffle
Matthias
ticket.
versus Caleb. Caleb, please, on the black table.
Can you do 200?
Next raffle ticket, 752-257.
Need the finals.
752-257. If it's blue and it has 752-257 on it, let me know. All right.
34, 24.
752-257. 246. 25. Oh, perfect. Here you go. Thank you. Awesome.
And the supers?
Awesome. Congratulations. Next one up is 752-255.
Jesus with a flash. Flash.
752-255.
Anthony versus Thomas next. Anthony has a minute. Matthias and
Caleb.
Caleb. Yeah, I need Caleb, please. Caleb Johnson.
AM I need.
752-263. Blue ticket, 752-263.
Seth, Mika, Liam.
You got it?
And then
oh, nice.
And then this one.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, great. So that finishes the orange table. We've got Jesus in first with 24, Thomas in second with 10, and Anthony in third.
Yeah. This is 220 left. This is, 220 left. Okay. Jesus.
Another blue ticket, 752-243. 752-243. 752-243. Thank you, brother. You're very welcome.
Jason and John on the black table. Jason and John on the black table.
Jason and John on the black table. Yeah. And now we're doing.
Next one up is 752-244.
Holy fuck.
752-244.
All right, I need.
That's not
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're just going to win.
Blue ticket. Blue ticket.
Jason and John, please. I need John.
752-244.
Jason and John. Guys, we're running out of time. We got to pick it up, or you're going to miss matches, please. Jason and John on the black table. No, I need a head ref, guys.
Come on, add two.
Guys, either we're going to stop pulling and just call it, or we need refs on tables and guys pulling, please.
Ray, can you please? I need you to stay at the table, man. Stay at the table. Yeah, stay at the table. Who's on?
I need. On that table's happening. Okay, on the orange table, I need Dan versus Saba. Left hand on the orange table. Dan versus Saba.
Dan who? Dan who?
Dan Centrella. Dan Centrella versus Saba on the orange table, please.
I had a flash. I had on the floor there. I was going to bring it back. I don't know if you
Alexis versus Andrew, please, on the black table. Alexis versus Andrew on the black table, please.
Okay, actually,
Saba versus Dan Centrella on the orange table.
no, it wasn't Tom. It was JJ. Oh no, wait. You're talking about like a tub of product?
Where's Saba? Is Saba here? Okay.
Did somebody pick up a tub of product off the floor?
The what?
A tub of product.
Oh, tub of product.
Alexis, Andrew.
No? Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Blue ticket 752-262.
Matthew versus Caleb on the black table. Matthew versus Caleb on the black table.
You get with the program, man.
You got to do all this shit. Do it. Say it.
Matthew versus Caleb on the black table, please.
6'2".
752.
262. That's you?
No, that was me, bro. What happened?
Sabo, 5 points. Nika, you get a win, 5 points. I need Glenn versus Jeremy. Glenn versus Jeremy.
Glenn is in here. I'm not there yet. I'm not here. Glenn is in here. All right.
Zeph versus Dan versus Jeremy. Dan versus Jeremy on the orange table. Dan versus Jeremy. Yeah, I need Caleb Johnson. Is Caleb here? There we go.
752-264. 752-264.
This guy took my ticket. It's the amateur super heavy stuff.
There's no 242 left?
752.
No, there's a 256.
752-256.
246.
Or which one?
246. Amateur left.
752-256.
I paid for both. I paid 220 and I paid the heavy one.
They'll give you back the 220. I don't have you in there. I mean,
that's it for the blue tickets, guys.
If I'm not in it, then I'll get my money back. She told me I could. If
Yeah, you can, yeah. I mean, I can.
Can I be added? Or
That's messed up, bro.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's kind of late now. So I'll get you.
Listen, everybody called.
Every tickets, bro.
Everyone called.
That's fucked up, bro.
All right.
Next is going to be our green tickets. Green tickets, everybody. 788-964. 788-964.
Yeah, you see? Because you tried to screw me on the last one. So that's why I got it.
Aaron versus John on the black table. Aaron versus John on the black table.
Big ticket. Big one. Look at that. Oh, you see how it's dirty.
I need Saba versus Jeremy on the black table. Jeremy has a minute. Saba versus Jeremy on the black table.
We're going to throw these in here?
Orange table, orange table. Sorry, Jeremy versus Saba on the orange table. Jeremy versus Saba on the orange table. And Matthias and Andrew on the black table, please. Matthias and Andrew on the black table.
788-963.
63?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Yo, I want to thank. I can't make a shout out.
Not right now. Not right now.
I can't make a shout out. I just want both. Yo, I just want to thank Dan for this great tournament and this great turnout. I want to thank you guys for the prizes. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have won any of this, man. And yeah, man, let's do this again every year.
There you go.
How about we do it every week? Fuck it, because I want to win these prizes and I want to keep winning these prizes. Thank you, guys.
Saba with 5. Good job. All right, Dan Centrella versus Nick Polari on the orange table, please. Dan versus Nick. Sorry, Nika. Yeah, Nika. Dan versus Nika Polari. Dan versus Nika Polari.
Nika! You and Dan.
788-949. 788-949. Green ticket.
I'm just nervous with the timeout.
Right here. You want it? Read it.
He has 5 points.
Jason versus Alexis on the black table. Jason versus Alexis on the black table.
Nika with the win.
All right, last item for the raffle.
Saba versus Nika. Nika has a minute. Saba versus Nika. Nika has a minute. On the orange table. Saba versus Nika. Jason versus Alexis on the black table.
Last raffle, red ticket.
We're gonna make
865-802. 865-802.
go 160 left here for me.
So Saba and Nika on the orange table, please. Saba and Nika on the orange table.
Sergio.
865-802.
And then 180 left.
All right.
5.
Zeph and Dan on the orange table. Zeph and Dan.
865-801.
Matthew and John on the black table. Matthew and John on the black table. Matthew and John.
865-801. Going once. Going twice. 865-808. 865-808.
Jeremy versus Nika on the orange table. Jeremy versus Nika on the orange table. Is Matthew and John gone yet? I need John, please, on the black table.
865-807. 865-807.
$200 is the one we have to finish.
No, not a problem. Which one? Sorry. Okay, yeah, we'll touch base, okay? I'll message you. I'm sorry, I got it. Which one?
Good job, guys. Nika with the win.
All right. This one's yours. It's $250 value. Oh, shit.
Caleb and Andrew on the black table. Caleb Johnson, Andrew Rivers on the black table.
They won already, right?
Yeah, they won. Get out of here.
So Saba and Zeph on the black table, or orange table. Orange table. Saba and Zeph on the orange table.
A pulley because I don't live here.
Saba and Jeff.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to be able to use the float spot, so I mean, I can.
I'm sorry. The pulley, the first person that called the ticket, they won the pulley.
Oh, okay. All right.
They won the pulley.
Caleb and Andrew, please. I need Caleb Johnson, Andrew Rivers on the black table, guys. We're getting close. We're almost done.
Thank you guys for helping out with the raffles. We're going to do the 50-50 now. Give me one moment, please. So if you got a yellow ticket, you're winning $35. $901-701.
Jeremy versus Zeph on the black table, or orange table. Jeremy versus Zeph on the orange table.
901-701. Yep. James, you won 35.
Andrew with the win.
Thanks, Dan.
Aaron versus Alexis. Aaron versus Alexis, black table. Aaron versus Alexis, black table. We've got 6 matches left on the black table, guys. Zeph with the win. Nice job.
Is that 5 or 6?
5. Nika versus Zeph on the black table. Nika versus Zeph on the black table. Good match. Good match.
I'm going to get started on these.
Yeah, I just have to do the finals for the 200.
Okay.
So that's the only one I don't have. Everything else is done.
Okay. If I call your name, please come up to the award table to collect your awards. 160 right hand, Sergio, Bobby, Mike.
All right, guys, so
I already gave you right hand, but I didn't give you left.
all right, that finishes off the super heavyweight left amateurs. So we've got Nika in first, Saba in second, and Zeph in third. So we need the super heavy left next.
Love having you, man. Come back.
Sergio, Bobby, Mike.
All right, I need Nika. Nika, you're going to pull the supers as well, you said?
You want to pull the pro as well?
Yeah. Okay, so Nika, Shiyu, and Pedro Rodriguez. Nika, Shiyu, and Pedro Rodriguez.
Can I get Conrad
I need Matthias Batard, and I need Matthias and Jason on the black table. Matthias and Jason on the black table. And I need Nika and Shiyu Lin. Nika and Shiyu Lin, left hand on the orange table.
Conrad, Eduardo, Alexis, Larry, Henry, and Ronald. Conrad, Eduardo, Conrad, Ed, Alexis, Larry, Henry, Ronald, Ron.
Shiyu just dominating today, 6-point win. All right, Pedro Rodriguez versus Nika. Nika has a minute. Pedro versus Nika. Nika has a minute. Jason and Matthias. There we go. Perfect.
Alexis, they're so happy. Right hand.
Matthew and Andrew on the black table. Matthew and Andrew on the black table.
Larry and Henry.
Pedro with 5. So now we need Shiyu versus Pedro. Pedro has a minute. Shiyu versus Pedro. Pedro has a minute.
Dan Citrella, Thomas Jackson, and Luke.
John versus Alexis, black table. John versus Alexis, black table.
Dan Cerisi, Dan Cerisi.
Super heavy left. I took you out.
220 right. One left. I was an amateur, so that's it.
No, you're in the. Oh, Sabik. Yeah. One. Yeah.
Just had one pull?
No.
Cerise, sorry. I always mess it up. I always mess it up, man. There you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Not a problem. Tommy.
Left hand amateur, yeah.
You pulled more than one match. They were
quite pulled with, can I see?
not right now. Not right now. Let me finish this.
Good shot. I'm not up there yet.
Luke.
Right here. Sorry. Behind you. Let me get my heart out of my chest.
Okay, so Shiyu versus Nika next match.
Yes, sir.
Alexis with the win. So it's Caleb versus Jason next on the black table. Caleb versus Jason on the black table. We have Nika versus Shiyu on the orange table.
Jesus, Thomas, and Anthony.
Thomas 220 left.
Saba, you have 21 points. You have 21 points. You have 21 points.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Maybe you're right. You're right.
I pulled Nika with that.
You got second. Right.
Sorry. Okay, what's going on here?
Yep. I mean, you're looking for the right weight class. There we go.
I need Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson, please. Where's Caleb Johnson? All right, that's a loss. So 5 points for Jason. Aaron versus Matthias. Last match on the black table. Aaron versus Matthias. Last black. I need Shiyu versus Nika on the orange table. Did that happen? They did?
Who won? Shiyu?
Okay, so now I need Pedro versus Nika on the orange table. Sorry, guys. Aaron versus Matthias on the black table. Where's Matthias? The last match of the black table. Matthias is there. Great. Okay. All right, guys. And then after this, we just have to finish the men's 200 right-hand finals.
You're not done yet, though.
And we have to do it in 5 minutes. Well, we're going to do it on both tables, so it should work out. Okay, so now. Yeah, okay, guys, go see Dan over there with the medals. It's Jason in first place, Alexis in second place, and Aaron in third place. Jason, Alexis, Aaron, first, second, third, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're all done.
No, not yet.
Oh, where's the...
I only have what he wrote down for me. I'm working on it.
First left 200.
What?
First left 200.
You're not first yet. We still got the 200 finals.
We're done.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we're done.
I'm going to need...
Caleb left up there.
And I didn't?
Right, I know.
No, it's okay. I could have been wrong.
First left 200.
You know, I could have been wrong.
I need John versus Dan Centrella on the black table. John versus Dan Centrella on the black table. Oh, no, sorry. John versus Dan, the host, Dan the host. Dan Schwartz.
Yeah!
John versus Dan Schwartz on the black table, please. John versus Dan Schwartz on the black table. This is right arm, okay? This is for third place for right arm. Third place right arm pros. Dan versus John.
Yes.
That John.
That looks really good.
What happened there with Pedro and Nika? What happened with that one? Pedro? Pedro versus Shiyu, Pedro on the orange table. Shiyu versus Pedro on the orange table. All right, Shiyu versus Pedro over here to finish off the super heavies left. Shiyu with a nice win, 5 points. All right, guys, so for super heavies left, we've got Shiyu in first, Pedro in second, and Nika in third. All right, and now we are going to have the right-hand 200-pound finals. On the orange table, we've got Jason Chardy versus Aaron Diamond. Jason and Aaron on the orange table. Best of 3, okay, guys? Both these matches are best of 3. This is for the first and second place on the orange table for men's 200, and then the tournament is done. And we have exactly 9 minutes to be out of here. So. All right, guys, best of 3 on the orange table. And then we're done. We're done there, so you can break it down.
Do 20. Hang on. I gotta get the list.
Huh?
I have a list I'm working on.
I need Who was the winner of that match? Was it
Nika and Liam.
John, who won? You or Dan? Dan won? Okay.
Liam. And right hand. Hang on. I'm getting them out.
Good match here, guys. Good pull, Jason.
I'm getting them out. Give me a second.
All right, so it's best of 3, so Aaron's got to win 2, Jason's got to win 1 more.
Second place. There you go, Chief. Congrats. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. Give me a few minutes. Where's that? There you go, Chief.
I need Shiyu, Lynn, JJ, and Andrew.
He just came in. He's right behind you.
Shiyu, are you in the house still? For those who are watching at home, we'll do the team award announcement later on tonight.
All right. So I just need the last finals.
Jason 5. Andy started early. Andy full started. Andy full started. Aaron did.
Yeah.
Aaron did. Andy full started. He mean for the 200, right? 200. Huh? I wish we got the poll right, but I'm glad you're not hurt.